For the divine invocation, I call upon Miss Panchami Prabhu and Miss Lakshmi Prabhu for a Ganesh Vandana. I request everyone to kindly rise.
जय देवा श्री गणपति राया जयकारक भयहारक ओंकारकाया जय देवा श्री गणपति राया जयकारक भयहारक ओंकारकाया ಜಗದಂಬೆಯ ಮೈಮಣ್ಣಲಿ ಮೂಡಿದ ಮೂರುತಿಯೇ ಮೃಗಧರ ನೋಡಿದ ಮಾಡಿದ ಬೇರೆಯ ಆಕೃತಿಯೇ ಜಗದಂಬೆಯ ಮೈಮಣ್ಣಲಿ ಮೂಡಿದ ಮೂರುತಿಯೇ ಮೃಗಧರ ನೋಡಿದ ಮಾಡಿದ ಬೇರೆಯ ಆಕೃತಿಯೇ ಚಿಗುರಾಗಿದೆ ನಿನ್ನಾಲಿಗೆಯಲಿ ದಿನ ದಿನ ಶ್ರುತಿಯೇ ಚಿಗುರಾಗಿದೆ ನಿನ್ನಾಲಿಗೆಯಲಿ ದಿನ ದಿನ ಶ್ರುತಿಯೇ ಹಗುರಾಯಿತು ನಿನ್ನೆನಪೇ ಸುಳ್ಳಾಯಿತು ಮೃತಿಯೇ ಹಗುರಾಯಿತು ನಿನ್ನೆನಪೇ ಸುಳ್ಳಾಯಿತು ಮೃತಿಯೇ ಜಯ ದೇವಾ ಶ್ರೀ ಗಣಪತಿ ರಾಯ ಜಯಕಾರಕ ಭಯಹಾರಕ ಓಂಕಾರಕಾಯ ಜಯಕಾರಕ ಭಯಹಾರಕ ಓಂಕಾರಕಾಯ ಜಯಕಾರಕ ಭಯಹಾರಕ ಓಂಕಾರಕಾಯ.
Thank you, Panchami and Lakshmi. To keep up the positivity, divinity, and hope received through the prayer, we also do the Deep Prajwalan, which is lighting the traditional lamp. I request our ushers to kindly escort our dignitaries onto the dais. I call upon, first and foremost, the Bhishma Pitama of the Bangalore GSB Sevak Samaj as well as Bangalore Saraswath Chamber, our Shri Jiji Shane Ma'am, onto the dais. I call upon the pride of not only our community, but also of our country. One of the most important personalities in the family business world, Shri C.A. Ullas Kamath Ma'am, to kindly come forward. I call upon one of the leading faces in the tech community, Saraswath community, and one of the biggest giver of our society, a man who has always been a silent but big contributor towards the needs of the society, Shri R.S. Chanbag Ma'am, onto the dais. I also call upon Shri Siddharth Sinkar, the visionary and the man behind the Saraswath Chamber, the founder director of the Saraswath Chamber, to kindly step onto the dais. I also invite our dignitary speakers of the day, Sudhir Pai Ma'am and Jyoti Swarup Pai Raiturkar Ma'am, to kindly step onto the dais.
A very good afternoon, everyone. It's my absolute pleasure to welcome you all today. I'm Pratibha Prabhu, and I'm truly honored to be your MC for this wonderful event. Ladies and gentlemen, to set the tone to this esteemed gathering, it is my privilege to invite the founder and director of the Global Saraswat Chamber, Mr. Siddharth Sinkar, to deliver the welcome address. Please join me in extending him a warm welcome.
Good afternoon, all. So, on behalf of Saraswat Chamber, I welcome you all to first of its kind of this tech summit organized by Saraswat Chamber along with GSB Samaj Bengaluru. Before I start addressing you on AI topic, just wanted to speak more about Chamber and why this Chamber started. So I spent maybe 2-3 minutes on speaking about the cause for the Chamber. This chamber was incorporated on 12th September 2019. So yesterday we completed 6 years, and yesterday it was the 6th anniversary of the Saraswat Chamber. We started with a in a humble way from Mumbai in the year 2019, and I do remember our first event which we organized in GSB Vadala Hall, where about more than 300 people had gathered. Just they were curious to what this chamber is about. That time we had interviewed a natural ice cream founder Raghunandan Kamath Mam and Orchid Hotel owner Vitthal Kamath Mam in that hall. And after this, we have never looked back. So our main purpose of forming this Saraswat Chamber is to provide a platform for people to discuss about commerce, because in our Saraswat, GSB, Chitrapur, because when we speak about the Saraswat Chamber, we have an inclusive approach, and we include Gowda Saraswat, Chitrapur Saraswat, Kudal Deshkars, Bhalaulikas, and even Kashmiri Pandits who claim themselves to be Saraswats. So you will be astonished to know that there are lot many Kashmiris and North Indians who proudly say that I am Saraswat. I have seen some Rajasthanis that they have left their surnames and they are using Saraswat as a surname. So this was very new to me, because traditionally when I have also believed in since my childhood days that this Saraswats, or because I am a GSB, I used to also say that GSBs are there mainly in Maharashtra, Goa and Karnataka region, and up to maximum Kerala. But here I could find so many Saraswats even in North Indian region, and they are also excited to be part of this Saraswat Chamber. Anyway, over last 6 years, what we have achieved is we have done more than 130 events across India, mainly in Maharashtra, Goa, Karnataka, and recently we have also gone into Kerala and we have done big event in Kerala. So in these events, we have done thrice Global Saraswat Conclave. Twice it was in Goa, where our dearmost Ullas Kamath Mam, he was the chief guest in Goa Conclave. And when he spoke from the dais, everybody was mesmerized. So thank you, Ullas Kamath Mam, for doing this thing for us. And he has always been a guiding force behind us. In that conclave itself, he had mentioned that, Siddharth, next conclave I will organize in Bangalore, and you have to just come for the event. And he actually kept his word. And then the second conclave was in Bangalore, where more than 550 people came. And Ullas Kamath Mam single-handedly managed entire thing. And that is one of the event, rather the finest event which we have done so far. So third time we did again in Goa, and now this time we have a tech conclave in Bangalore, and we have got a very good numbers. So I have to, before I come into the topic, I must say that this is possible only because of the efforts of Gowda Saraswat Samaj people and the chief, Jiji Shunai Mam. So I thank you from the bottom of my heart for all your selfless efforts, and he has been equally supported by Aresh Shanbag Mam, where the brain behind this, who will be the speaker, what are the topics, it all has been the Aresh Shanbag Mam. So we have done, apart from the Global Saraswat Conclaves, we did few conclaves where we did twice in Mumbai on a finance and legal conclave, where we had more than 150 people gathered twice in Mumbai in 2023 as well as 24, so 24 as well as 25. Then we had twice real estate and construction conclave. That happened in Goa. And this is the first time we are doing a conclave in Bangalore where we have more than 400 registrations. And this is astonishing. So all thanks to all the local volunteers of Gowda Saraswat Samaj Bengaluru and all the people from Saraswat Chamber who are working tirelessly for last 1.5 months over here. Now, coming to the topic of AI. See, everybody knows that AI, something like that. See, when let me give you my background. I'm a chartered accountant, and we have been doing business in the traditional way. And we have been hearing about AI on many platforms. But whether we have made ourselves accustomed to, or have we checked what is this AI? We just know that it is a little better form of Google where you ask something and you get everything as a reply. But AI is much, much more than that. And thanks to this conclave, I could also deep dive into some of the topics of AI. And what I have found is, those like me who were not connected with AI, we will be thrown out of the game if we do not touch base ourselves or we do not master what is going on under AI. See, I'll give you a small example of my CA practice that we get a lot of clients that we have to file their returns. And they send us all our bank statements and all. So all the juniors are working working tirelessly to make just a bank summary. But I could see that by just scanning the bank statements, which are into large number of pages, I'm getting bank summary done in a more accurate way in few seconds. So what I have understood is AI is there to help us. People think that AI will take away the jobs. But see, when I'm asking my junior to do the bank summary, there is always a possibility of having human error. With this AI, human errors are absolutely nothing because this is a machine-made thing. So this is a small thing which I could experience in my office as a layman. I'm not a techie guy, where we are here to listen from techie guys and we are going to get deep dive into it. I was just doing a study as to how many companies are using AI, and I could get some report where I have seen that about 70% banking and finance companies are using AI. So, because I am from the finance industry, so we have always seen that there are a lot of frauds happen, and sometimes the softwares are hacked, etc., etc. So, with AI being in place, all the transactions, they are being monitored on a real-time basis. And if there are any suspicious transactions, then they are immediately being brought. This is thanks to AI only. Earlier, we used to always get complaints that somebody has stolen from my bank account this much money, etc., etc. So with this, so that's why banking and finance has done substantial use. And those banks who are not used, they will obviously be facing some issues of not getting along with AI. Even in healthcare, because what we've seen is the cities like Mumbai, Bangalore, you have large hospitals and you get large specialist doctors also. But in tier 3, tier 4 cities, you don't have the specialist. Now you have to read the X-ray machine. So you need specialists. Now cities like maybe Agra in say UP or Maharashtra, mein Aurangabad, or maybe Hubli is little bigger, but maybe little Udupi or some cities like that. You will have the diagnostic centers, but they may not get those doctors. Now with the AIs, you are able to read the diagnostic reports and comment in a very efficient manner. So this is something, that's why even hospital industries, even manufacturers, as per the report, they are not using AI to the extent they should use it. But in manufacturing, what we have always seen is the problems happen when the machinery breakdown happens. Now, then there is some loss of time, because some mechanic has to be appointed and then he will come do the needful, and 1 or 2 days may get lost. But with AI in place, they just measure the vibrations, temperature, and all the parameters which result in breakdown of the machinery. So all these things, what they tell us is, in each and every, so whatever business you are there in, you have to use AI. There is no choice that we have left with. And people, those who think that the doing traditionally business is only something which we always keep doing, they will be out of business, because this is a world of disruptions. being a chartered accountant, I have seen so many companies getting formed and even so many companies getting liquidated in a very small time. The time span is very short. So if we do not adopt, we are certainly going to get out of the out of the race. And that's why this AI or learning about AI, how we can use it in our own daily practice is of utmost importance. I have a lot of case studies in small SMEs where we have seen that AI has done large number of impact, where whatever things were being done manually, they are being able to do in a in a very short span of time and with a accuracy. So with this, what I feel is, what are we looking forward? Is we have to adopt to AI, but when we have the specialists and techie guys, at what we look for is how to use this AI for our own benefit. So this is what we will always look forward to the people and techie guys. So with this, I conclude here with my opening remarks, and I request the host to take it forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Siddharth, for taking us on a journey of the chamber and letting the gathering know about the extent of Saraswats throughout the country. And you also said that 2 finance conclaves in Mumbai and real estate conclave in Goa, but when it comes to technology, the Tavaruru, Bengaluru, Nama Bengaluru. So I meant to say, for people from other states, technology Mahir is Bangalore. So we are having the tech summit here. And a big round of applause for the founder director of the Saraswat Chamber, Shri C.A. Siddharth Sinkar. Moving on, ladies and gentlemen, a keynote is a critical moment that sets the tone for the event and primes the audience. And what better than having the immense privilege of listening to someone who isn't just watching the future unfold, but also himself building it. Our keynote speaker is a man who is relentlessly working on strengthening a very important pillar of the Indian economy, family businesses. He is the founder of UK & Co., a company with a vision of driving growth of MSMEs in the country with primary focus on family-managed businesses. He has a huge wealth of experience, which I want to compress and state by just saying 2 achievements of his, which I'm sure will showcase his stature in the business world. He has been a recipient of the All India CA Business Achiever Award in the SME category. And he is also the recipient of the CNBC Awa's Best CEO Award in the FMCG category. He serves as the director on boards of various companies and is working on his passion. He has recently established the K. Ullas Kamath Center for Family Managed Businesses at Nitte University, where generations of family business leaders come to learn from industry stalwarts. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in heartily welcoming the pride of our community and the pride of our country, Shri C.A. Ullas Kamath Ma'am, onto the dais to kindly deliver the keynote address.
Thank you, Pratiksha. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a great honor for me to be here. And I must say that this program is completely dedicated to 3 individuals, Jiji Shanai, Siddharth, and R.S. Shanbag. It is the brainchild of R.S. Shanbag, Jiji Shanai, and Siddharth, and we are all here as actors. And our job is to come here and talk and go with our work, but they are the people who work behind for many, many, many weeks, and they put the show like this. And the last time when I came here, the show was different. Now the show is totally different. And you can look up to Pratiksha. She is the star. She is going to be a star of GSB, and Pratibha. Always when I see Pratiksha, I see that is the multitasking what everybody has to learn. She is a chartered accountant, she is a mother, she is a daughter-in-law. Managing SS Nag is not easy. Managing, it's a task by itself. And all of us has to learn that how she is able to do that kind of a multitasking and still smile all the time, be energetic, be positive, and still find time to go to the parlor also. So that is very, very, very important. And what I'm going to talk today is just to put some fear in your mind. When you are having a fear, the chance of success is very high, so that you know that there's something going wrong. And everybody talks about AI, and I'm not the real qualified person to talk about the AI because my background is money-related aspect, not regarding AI. And I never used a laptop for last 25 years. But whatever I have done without laptop, probably I had a laptop, I could have done much better. That's what I want to say. Now, the way how I take it, maybe it's just 7 slides. A lot of slides are going to come in, so I don't want to bore you with the slides. It's just 7 slides. Let's see how quickly we go. For me, the AI is something to stay. AI is going to disrupt the way how you do the business, the way how you live, the way how you take the decision is going to disrupt. Many will say that we have seen such things, we have been there, industrial revolution you have seen, green revolution you have seen, white revolution you have seen, all kind of things we have seen. They are all floods, they are all big rains, they are all there for a week, 10 days of disturbance and life goes on. This is tsunami. Trust me, this is tsunami. It comes and takes lots and lots when it goes back. And in our case, mainly the jobs. And I'm a firm believer that you do not upgrade yourself, you are in for trouble. If your children are into IT jobs, they are into trouble. If they are into any jobs, they are into trouble. Let me explain to you why I'm saying that. Now, this is IMF 2024, and none of my slides will come without the source. So it is not that I think about it, it's what I read about it. So IMF 2024 says that the job market going to be 500 million, about 50 crore of people will be there in the job, and 40% are at the risk, and slower adoption rate, India's AI adoption versus advanced economies. If you see, this is the Indian job market scenario as far as IMF 2024. This report is available in the website. You can go through it. You can read more about it. But the risk is about 40%. 40 could be 35. 35 could be 30. But the risk is very, very high. The adoption, if you don't do it, this is the risk what we see. Now let's see. The sector spotlight, the sectors which are getting affected are all, there's not even one sector I can see that it won't get affected. The biggest will be agriculture. It will be boon for the country. Any changes which happens in agriculture, or yield will be better, or thinking will be better, or prediction will be better, or decisions will be better. Data, today that's there, the data will go into the system. So any decision what you take in agriculture, it will be far, far, far better. It will be positive. Healthcare, it will be positive, but it is not so positive for the health workers, because most of the decisions the doctor will take on the system itself. And there will be a direct connect between the patient and the doctor, and the rest of the reports will come through the system, and he will be able to take a best decision based on the data what he has. For example, today if you go to any of the diagnosis center, as Siddharth was saying, especially if you go to Metropolis, you just ask for the sodium report. The sodium report will tell you what was in the last report, what was there in the 1 month before, 1 year before, 2 years before. It gives the entire data, so you don't even have to worry about it. All you need to do is, when you are giving the testing, you give the ID of your registration, rest of things it will take. And that ID also your mobile number. And in the finance and retail, cyber security will be the biggest threat and also an opportunity. And in the cyber security, that area, AI may be able to catch the cyber security people or the criminals much faster than a human being can really can work towards it. So it's a boon in finance and retail. Manufacturing, I'm from manufacturing. We believe in land, building, machinery, people, canteen, workers, increments. And always our pain has been that how do we keep our employees happy all the time? And here we know exactly where we can use the robotics, where we can use the probably the automation, and how it can reduce the kind of inequality what we have in the factories, who should be paid, how much should be paid. Today with artificial intelligence, I can pinpoint that this particular machine or this particular person is productive is 120% as against 85% productivity of somebody else, and give more increment there. Don't apply your mind. He's a nice person, give more increment. Today we give more increment because he's a nice person. We give the increment more sometimes. Person who comes first and person who goes last, we give the more increment. Probably he could be the most inefficient person. That's why he comes early and he goes late. But in the era of artificial intelligence, you will take the decision between yes and no, but most of the judgment when we take, the data will be given by the system, analytics will be done by the system, and there is a job as a scientist, there will be a new job for the people who use the artificial intelligence and give better decision for the leadership. Now, AI, again, here is the World Economic Forum report. By 2030, there will be 170 million jobs will be there, 17 crore. This is for the whole world. It's the World Economic Forum data. It's 17 crore jobs will be there. 9.2 crore job will be replaced. And 78 million net gain of jobs. Now see the number. You can be here. You can be there. You will get net there. Chances of you being there in the center is very, very high. This looks good. This is practical. That is this minus this. So you being in the center is very, very high. Creating new jobs becomes that much more difficulty. And today, what you learn in the college, it's of no use, it's of no use, it's of no use. At least now, the reason is that report says that 75% of the graduates are unemployable. 80% of the MBAs are unemployable. There is no difference between a BA and MBA today. Both of them don't have jobs. So to that extent, we being there in the center is very, very high, and artificial intelligence will help you better than anybody else. And very rarely I've seen is going wrong. Just to give you an example, the Google map, what used to be 10 years back, what was 5 years back, what was 3 years back, what is today, it's totally different. If Shania Moms tells me that you be at the center at 1:45 p.m., I know how much time it takes from my office home, and I know how much time it takes to eat, and I know how much time it takes from here, and when you say 1:45, I can plan it in such a way that I'll be at 1:45, because Google now is almost perfect with all kind of potholes in the roads and the traffic jam. Yesterday I was coming from JP Nagar to Malleswaram. It did say that it takes you 1 hour 35 minutes. I respect the decision. I thought it's 45 minutes, but it says 1 hour 35 minutes. It took that much. So more and more artificial intelligence, we give them the data and data analytics. Chance of they becoming more perfect is high. But yes, they do not have emotion. Yes, they cannot decide between, sometimes judgment will become difficult, but that human beings also make errors. It's not that we are not made a mistake. When we run a company and when we make a mistake, others will not know, that's all. When junior makes the mistake, all of us will shout. But when we make a mistake, we say that, hota hai, kya kar sakta hai? Correct? So that's the way how it is. But machine, if it makes a mistake, it corrects very, very quickly. It knows how to correct it. So to that extent, one should be aware of these numbers. Now, how can we prepare yourself? This is the last line. Very simple. Learn as much as possible. However old you are, however young you are, however smart you are, do not stop learning. And as that I say that, I don't understand the technology, but I respect the technology. What I know, I do. What I don't know, I hire the people who knows about it. So I can ask them that, I don't know, you tell me. That's it, right? This presentation is not being made by me. It is made by my people, and one of my staff is here. And they make the presentation. I say, this is what they want me to talk, and I'm not an AI person. And when I told my staff, I'm going to talk on an AI, you could see big smile on their face. Sir, you talking about AI? What do you know about AI? They didn't say that, but the smile made me to feel that way. What do you know about AI? You don't even use the laptop, correct? But they have made the presentation. I said, put the source wherever it is, because somebody asked me the question, where do you get the number from? I said, that's the source. So to that extent, one has to learn literacy. And I would say that in the past, those people don't know, read, write, and speak, we used to call them as illiterates. Today, we say that those people don't know AI, they are illiterates. People who don't understand AI, they are illiterates as far as today's commerce is concerned. And this something goes through each and every aspect of our life. So that is the first thing. The second one is collaborate. AI is also created by human beings. So people will replace people because they come with newer thinking, and their objective is that our decision has to be perfect, our decision should be based on the data, and our decision should be efficient, and our decision should be able to reduce the labor cost. End of the day, any invention what you see, it is for disrupting the existing practice, wherein you can reduce the jobs, that means you save a little more money, and you need to be faster. The technology can give you the faster decision, and it also will help you to be in the forefront when compared to the competition. Imagine that you use data analytics to take a decision, and that will change. What you are doing now at entry level, probably people without AI understanding, they might find it difficult to get a job. At least you need to have a basic understanding of the AI at entry level. At a mid-management level, you should be able to manage the people, and you should be able to manage the AI. And that combination probably will help you to take a better decision. If you are in a leadership position, your bosses or your promoters will not let you hire more people. They will say that use the AI and use the same people, train the same people, and get the best out of them. Let the productivity be improved. Let the efficiency be improved. So at the entry level, you need to have the basic understanding. At management level, mid-level, you need to know how to manage the people with the AI. And at leadership level, you need to say that I work with AI, I use less employees. And there are some reports saying that the next billionaires will be working on AI. With 4 people, 10 people, 15 people, they can be billionaires. Next unicorn, we are not expecting from land, building, machinery, people, process, and all those things. We just might say, oh, there are 8 people and they're solving the real world's problem, and that can be a unicorn going forward. So to that extent, people plus AI makes the difference, and embrace the change and drive innovation. I am a big fan of Piyush Goyal, and I always followed for 2 reasons. One is the chartered accountant, and the second one is talk really common sense. And he was saying that India should be doing much beyond Swiggy's, much beyond Porter, much beyond Zomato. Our kids should not be a delivery boys, and I will deliver faster than somebody else. That's not the way we want our kids. Our kids who has to say that, okay, I'm going to the space, I'm going to Mars, I'm going to moon, I do this, I do that, and we want our own product. We don't have our own product or services, we use somebody else. And you have seen what happened in Nepal, you have seen what happened in Bangladesh, you have seen what happened in Sri Lanka. Everything is the same tone, is the same fashion, that if youth don't get a job, if they get into frustration, and if they see others enjoying their life at a high level of their offices, and they will come to the road. There is no doubt. It is the youth whom we see in Bangalore, whom we see in Mumbai, whom we see, same youth what we see in Kathmandu. All they want is a job. All they want is a job. They want to work with a self-respect, right? To that extent, Piyush Goyal was very, very clear that let us get into innovation. Let us get into product development. Let us have our own product. Now, Facebook, Instagram, or other social media, none of us we know whether China has it or don't have it, and most of us we know that they don't have any of those. They have their own social media to work with, they have their own social media to manage, and they have their own social media, but we don't have. We depend on somebody else. And you can imagine that if our social media is banned for 1 week in India, everybody will be going to a psychiatrist. Because without social media, our heart also not work, our brain also don't work, we don't get appetite also, and that feeder has to come from there. So to that extent, we spend Lots of money. The study says that age between 14 to 21 spend about 7.5 hours every day on social media. I don't know what do they get out of that, but that's what they are. That is the data. So to that extent, you need to be very, very innovative in product, which makes our life easier. So takeaways are definitely you need to work with the AI. Second, there's not much jobs available in the market. In the thinking space, in the data management space, because the install capacity of AI is unlimited. Because you have more data, you don't need more system. The same system will give you the better data, and most of it are operating at the highest scale level. The manufacturing will remain, but way of manufacturing with data will become different. The supply chain will be there, but the way how you order the supply chain will be different. And you will also have the sales in the marketplace, both product and services, but the way how you sell will become different. And for us, in being in manufacturing, sales, and distribution business, when we want to send today our salespeople to the market, it will tell you that your productivity today is going to be 52% if you do the business as usual. But if you put an extra effort and get the productivity to 60%, you will be incentivized. So he knows before going to the market that I will visit 100 shops, I will get for sure order from 52 shops, but if I take the order from 60 shops, I will get an incentive of 150 rupees, and he's given the input to before going to the market, not after coming from the market. So to that extent, all of us, we are using the intelligence little bit, but 5 years down the line, the situation would be so different. Without AI, people may not be able to take the final decision. At least secondary check will happen with the AI, and we say, okay, we think we should do it. What AI says we should do it or not. So to that extent, very, very important. And I have another 10 minutes. You can ask me the question. If I know the answer, I will say. If not, go to ChatGPT. Correct. ChatGPT knows everybody's answers. Yes, please. Kutkola. Yeah. When you say like this, we'll stop it.
Okay, my name is Shrikant. Sir, as you rightly said, being the populous country in the world, and if you look at it, the data around 14 lakhs engineering students, they used to come out every year. And out of that, 70% are not able to get the jobs. So how do you think we'll be able to engage the youth according to you? Because even if they learn the AI, but as you said, going forward, the billionaires may not require so many manpower, maybe 10 or 12. So what's the best way for India as a future?
Very good question. All over the world, the winning countries, winning economies have a partnership between the educational institution and with the industry. Industry-academia partnership is the key component of producing the graduates what industry needs. Here, we talk about industry-academia partnership, but I really don't know who is industry, who is academia. Industry has become academia because we teach everybody. Academia has become industry. They take the money first and they say we teach you for 1 year. Real number of days they are teaching is 92 days only. They work on negative working capital. We work on positive working capital. They take the money and they think that they're doing a favor by giving in the admission. Correct? You also think that going to a best school, you get a job. Today, there is no difference between the person who comes first in class and the last in class. And most of the time, person who comes last in class will do best in life. The person who comes first in class, most of the time, they're disappointed only. If he gets a seat in PESET, he wants in RV. If he gets it in RV, he wants in Ramaya. You get in Ramaya, he wants in IIT. You get in IIT Guwahati, he wants in IIT Chennai. You get in IIT Chennai, he wants in IIT Bombay. You get in IIT Bombay, he wants computer science only. If you get the computer science, he wants to go to Stanford. You get in the Stanford, he wants in Stanford first bench in computer science only. Even if he gets there, he thinks that I'm cut out for better things. This is the problem of the people who come first in class. I love people who come last in class. No disappointment in life ever. Pass, no. Over. First job, they take it like me. 31 years I worked in the same company, same job, same thing. Joined as a number 2 in the company, retired as a number 2 in the company, no regrets. Only difference is when I joined it was 60 people, when I left it was 11,000 people. That's all the difference is. So, you need to be very, very careful from the student's point of view. What do they want to do? Today in social media, every knowledge is free, but they don't use that knowledge. They use this knowledge. Who is doing what? Which dress? Instagram. This page, that page. Same social media give you the tons of information what you want to know about artificial intelligence. Today, because it is live, Naresh is doing a good job, live, they're all sitting at home, eating the pizza, order the pizza, and they're seeing me now. And now keep the pizza down, side down. That's what they're doing, because they're lazy people. They don't want to come till here. They said the same thing, no, we sit at home only and we'll see it. Now, industry academia partnership is that in Mangalore, you sit with Nitte, sit with Manipal, talk to all the colleges, talk to all the factories, what kind of production you need, what kind of students you need, what kind of students you get a job, and send them for internship in that college, that industry, wherein chance of getting jobs are very, very high. Today, most of the people are doing internship as a compliance, not to learn. So somebody will come to us, we'll tell them, okay, you want to learn cooking, go to the kitchen. They go around the kitchen, round. They said, everything I know, sir. They have only seen how it is cooked, but they never cooked anything. And they say that I have learned everything. It is not that. So answering your question, please, Karnataka produces 21 lakh graduates every year. 21 lakh graduates, Karnataka alone. Entire country is about 1.1 million. Where do you have so much of job? One way, production is high of graduates. Second one is that we are going for the AI. It's completely contrast, right? We want to reduce the job here, we want to increase the job. So best thing is that please study what you would like to and get into a job. Again, I always say that go for a big job in a small company rather than going for a small job in a big company. With that, your problem will be solved. But industry academia partnership is a must. Government is working a lot. It's happening at IIT level, but it's not happening at a small colleges level, and that should happen at a district level. Yes.
Hello, thank you for a nice talk. My name is Shyam. Ullas Kamath ma'am, you have been in Jyoti Laboratories. So I just want to know, are there any use cases that you would like to share with this audience which Jyoti Labs has demonstrated well? That's question number one. Question number two, I think Amshigalanto, most of the people who pursue, that I could see, is either they do a chartered accountancy or they get into engineering. Now, from the perspective that you've given us, are there any specific skill sets that they need to learn so that they don't become redundant? And if so, how do they get it? And typically when a fad like AI comes in, which is going to be more permanent, there are going to be a lot of fly-by-wire or fly-by-night operators. So how do you identify the right institute to go with to learn those skills?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Let me try to see if I can answer all your questions. Number one is that you need to do what you are at best. And any business, if you want to be in, whether it is manufacturing, sales, distribution, IT, non-IT, FMCG, non-FMCG, anything, you need to have that passion. And you need to know the purpose, why are you doing that? At Jyoti Labs, we are very clear. Our investment in the business was just 5,000 rupees. So we have nothing to lose attitude. We have nothing to lose. And I'm a nationalist. And in such a way that, do we need foreign companies to give a toilet soap for you to have bath? Do you need a foreign company to give the shampoo? And anyway, I didn't want one. So, do we really need? Whether we are not capable of producing detergent powder, dishwash powder, mosquito coil, mosquito liquid, our mosquitoes, our people, it bites. Why do you need a foreign liquid to tell the mosquito go away? Simple, no? These are all simple, commonsensical. Everything is available in the marketplace. You know, do it. If you don't know, hire the people who know it and do it. So that is a success mantra. And we always felt that give better product at affordable price to the common man and the great quality at affordable price will sell in India. There is no doubts in my mind. That is one. The second one is that people don't know how to smile now. They've forgotten how to smile other than when they take the picture on the selfie or with the friends. That is a fake smile. The real smile they've forgotten. So people should know how to smile. People should know when to laugh. Just like that, if you laugh, you have a problem. If you don't laugh when everybody laughs, then you have a problem. So the soft skills, what we see that don't know how to make a small conversation. People know how to send beautiful messages. When the girl sees the boy, she thinks he is the same person who was sending these kind of messages. She'll be shocked because he can't utter a word beyond what he has sent the message. Now, these are all the things which are very important in life. How to communicate, how to tell the other person that this is what I know, this is what I want to learn, can you teach me, can you... Even to do the interview today, people ask the question for which they know the answer. I never come across, very rarely I have come across people who ask the question for which the interview don't know the answer. That means you are always hiring a person who is one level less than you. You need to hire the people for which you don't know the answer, right? So soft skills are very important. You need to know how to communicate. You are living in a society. When you are living in a society, if 3-bedroom house, 3 people are staying in 3 bedrooms, nobody knows where is he, calling him for breakfast through the WhatsApp message. These are all the things you should get out of that. We should use it where it is required. We should avoid it when it is not there. And having breakfast together is a past. Having lunch together, impossible. Having dinner, they have their own dates. So to that extent, you should know that if you cannot live together with 5 people, what kind of a company you can run? Impossible. What you are at home, you are the same thing when you go to the office. If you are happy here, you can be happy there. You cannot be happy there and unhappy here. It's not possible. So most of the people are confused. They don't know what they're trying to do. And the purpose of working, purpose of earning, purpose of living, purpose of everything has to be defined first. Now, Gigi Shenamai, why is he works for 12 hours? He's for money. He has the money for next 2 generations. I told him to adopt me. He has 2 generations money. Why is he working more than all of us? Earn and give. His purpose of earning is to give back, right? So money is very important. Most of the people say that, oh, what money? We come empty hand, go empty hand, and what, are you carrying the money along with you? All these people are saying like that. Check their bank balance, then you know why are they saying that. People who have money, they don't talk like that. Money is very important because it gives you the power to give. It gives you the power to give. So earn as much as possible and give back. Give back. Lastly, our community always been the best number 2 in the business. Our community was always the best number 2. Trustworthy, honest, high integrity, hardworking, say anything he will do. We always been the best in number 2 in everything what you have done in our life. It is a time for us to become number 1, like Gigi Shanaimam, R.S. Shanbag. We should become number 1 and we should hire everyone. Got my point? So become an entrepreneur. You become an entrepreneur, everything will fall in place. Till the next speaker comes, I have the right to talk. Correct, Alama? Next is Pranav Pai. Most of you know, he is Mohandas Pai's son. How many of you have seen his presentation? How many of you have seen the presentation? It will be generally 60 to 70 slides. And amazing person. Mohandas Pai multiplied by 10 times. Okay. So Mohandas Pai multiplied by 10 times is Pranav Pai. Every slide is very important. And that boy, the kids who are under 40, both Siddharth and Pranav Pai under 40, as of now they are managing 5,800 crore of rupees. 5,800 crore. And they need to return 20,000 crore back. Imagine the stress in which they'll be working, but amazing investment they have done, and you will see all those things. But we have told him to talk more on AI, and he will give the world perspective, India perspective, and India, how it looks like by 2047, things like that. But it is good to hear from him. And it is my wish, which is approved by Gigi Shanai and Shanbag Mom and also the Anand Pai Mom, that we want to start a small startup fund. And wherever people have good ideas, they don't know how to go about, you need three things. One, place to work, which we provide. Second, some money to start working towards it. And third one is somebody to guide you as a mentor. So we want to have this mentorship. We have some incubation, and we also want to put some money in your ideas if you have ideas. And that ideas, as I told you in the past, that ideas should be better than the existing one. And you should be better than, in all respects, is better than the existing one, so that idea will work. So to that extent, we will announce that as and when we get into that. And welcome Pranav Pai. Thank you. Thank you for making it today. So 3 o'clock Pranav Pai, 2:55, Pranav Pai is there. Now you know how the AI works, right? Now all of you know how the AI works. He'll have left his office exactly taking that it takes 35 minutes and he'll have come here. And this is the future. Undoubtedly, this is the future. And I'm extremely thankful for Pranav Pai for taking time to talk to our younger generation. And it's an amazing journey what he has gone through. But his love for the country, his love for the countrymen, his love for the common man, and his love for GSB and Saraswath or our Konkani is an amazing level. And anything for our kids, he's always there. Anything for our kids, he will do it. And he has come here because it is GSB, Saraswath, and our own kids on a Saturday. And thank you, Pranav. And we are extremely thankful for his presence. Now I'll give it to Pratiksha to do the next.
Thank you, sir. I always tell that listening to Ullas Kamath Ma'am always, every time, is so knowledgeable, resourceful, and just a new learning experience. Every single time. Thank you, Ma'am, for your insightful words. To express our gratitude, I request Gigi Shanai Ma'am to kindly step onto the desk and present a memento and a rose to Ullas Kamath Ma'am. We would also request you for a protocol photo for the moment. Dear audience, these mementos are made by special kids of Amulya Autism School. There are 15 girl children who have made these mementos. This school has been adopted by the Goud Saraswat Sevak Samaj of Malleswaram, Bengaluru.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor to welcome a visionary leader from the world of venture capital, Mr. Pranav Pai. Pranav is the founding partner and CIO of 314 Capital, one of India's most respected venture capital firms. Under his leadership, the firm has made over 70 seed and venture investments, backing category leaders like Licious, Darwin Box, Jupiter, and Open. With a portfolio spanning more than 100 companies and INR 4,300 crore in assets under management, 314 has been consistently ranked among India's top VC firms. Pranav also works closely with global investors to strengthen India's startup ecosystem and has been recognized with the prestigious accolades including Entrepreneur Magazine's 35 Under 35 and GQ's 25 Most Influential Young Indians. Please join me in giving a warm welcome to a trailblazer shaping the future of India's innovation system, Mr. Pranav Pai.
Good afternoon. It's great to be here. Thank you so much for the invitation. I'm going to be speaking, I think, around for 45 minutes, if I'm not mistaken, and I'll try to cover as much of the change that we see in technology globally. But I'm more interested in how we will apply that technology here in India, how we will, as a community, prosper faster and to a greater degree as entrepreneurs, as operators, as leaders. So while you're seeing all this data, while you're hearing the stories, please internalize, how does this apply to me? What can I do differently? How do I make sure I don't waste the next 10 years? Because a lot of good things are coming. So I want to start by what is the role of technology today? Most of you remember that technology meant a landline in your house, modem coming to your house, maybe a television, finally a television, a CRT television, black and white, some of you may remember. A lot of us were born when that first color TV came in the 90s. But technology today is very different. Technology is not this shiny toy in the corner of the house. Technology is now the fundamental platform for the evolution of our species. There are now 8.2 billion people, human beings on the planet. A majority of them are on the internet, a majority of them are on smartphones, a majority of them are on social media. So your children, your grandchildren now will never know what life was like for you, because there's been a fundamental shift in the evolution of our species. And that has meant that certain companies have profited more from this evolution, much, much more. In fact, some of them are bigger than the GDPs of entire countries put together. If you look at the US stock market over the last 100 years, 100 years back, the biggest companies in the US were steel, cement, oil, armory, farm equipment, rubber, etc., all boring. The first tech company was in 1967, IBM. Back then, it was worth $250 billion, so around 2 lakh crores. Everyone thought that was too much, too valuable, it should be a bubble. 2017, everyone of you will remember, people were talking about another tech bubble. Apple is too valuable, Alphabet is overvalued, Microsoft is overvalued. But what has happened since then? Everyone has been proven wrong again and again for decades. Since today in 2025, 8 out of the top 10 companies that are most valuable in the world are all technology companies. So this is not an accident. This is not a coincidence. This is an active intervention. Governments, United States, secret agents, operators, silent investors, technologists, who have all come together to say, we will build the world's best tech companies. We will create wealth like wealth has never been created before. And all of this will happen in one country with our IP, and no other country must compete with us. So this is all deliberate. Please make no mistake when you hear these people talk about some garage story, some fiction of two kids coming together. All of it is deliberate, all of it is intentional, and we'll speak more and more about why that's not happened here and how we can start changing things for ourselves. Now, it's not just valuation that's important, it's also profits, because in the end of the day, the strength of your balance sheet is what keeps you strong despite tailwinds or headwinds. This is more scary than the valuation chart. More and more of the world's most profitable companies are technology companies. Apple threw out $100 billion of cash. To put that in perspective, that is 5 times the current market cap of Havells. That is almost double the market cap of Infosys. That's how much cash Apple spits out in 1 year. Cash. I'm not talking about valuation or market cap. Cash. That's a lot of cash, right? That's more cash sometimes than the RBI has on hand, and the RBI keeps complaining about keeping rates high and so on. This is too much cash. But this is what it means to be a profitable tech company. Technology somehow or the other figures out how to get more out of your pocket, whether you're a consumer, whether you're a small business, whether you're an enterprise. So it's not just the market cap leaderboard, it's also the profitability leaderboard. Now, how did these companies get this large, this profitable, this powerful? They all started as single product companies. Apple used to sell the Macintosh, a desktop computer, 30 years back. Alphabet was called Google. It was a search engine, this harmless box, white page, simple technology. Didn't seem like it would do much damage. Amazon just sold books to you 30 years back. But today, all of them are building product lines, revenue lines, profit lines in every aspect of your life. Nothing is out of reach for these tech companies. A smartphone is going to reach everyone's pocket. All of them had built a smartphone. You're going to put cameras inside your house. All of them are selling you home automation systems. You'll buy music on your phone. All of them have music stores. Apple runs the world's most valuable music application. So all of this means these companies are no longer shiny toys, single product companies. They are expansionist monopolies. And the goal is to take over your wallet share have something in every part of your digital day. So it's a duopoly in the mobile operating system, it's a monopoly in search, it's a monopoly in social media, it's a duopoly in cloud, it's a duopoly in digital advertising revenue. I couldn't fit all the other revenue lines because there are so many. But more and more, we see this artificial facade of competition. Google keeps complaining that Apple is too powerful, Microsoft complains that Google is too powerful. We see these headlines every year. EU is finding this fellow, America is finding that fellow. But none of them care. This is all theater, this is all a charade. This is like Shah Rukh Khan hugging Salman Khan. They don't like each other, but they are both making too much money from you. Right? And you would assume the government would give a concern for your rights as a consumer, your data privacy, your digital day having more competition, protection from price gouging. But more and more, the politics behind these companies, if you saw President Trump's inauguration speech, the CEOs of all these companies are standing behind him. It's like a Roman, like Julius Caesar and all his generals standing here, hail Caesar, right? So this is again very clearly telling us that the whole thing is orchestrated. The whole thing is controlled, the whole thing is deliberate. It doesn't matter which party is in power, which president, what he says. In the end, money wins, money controls everything. And this, therefore, is not an accident. So we have to start asking ourselves now, do we panic and pretend we're victims? Or do we start thinking smartly like them and say, can I build these companies today? No. No one in the world will build competition to these companies. There's no point. They're too powerful. But can I invest in these companies? Yes. You should have, in fact, invested 10 years back. All of these companies' stock has gone up 600, 700%. Right? Why aren't you profiting from these companies? So all of us have to start thinking differently about the economic activity around us. We shouldn't always take the position of victims first. We should take the position of the investor, the shareholder, the beneficiary of the monopolization happening in front of us. So you can be the customer of these companies. You can also be the shareholder of these companies. It is a big incestuous system of value creation. And you should also benefit while these companies become bigger and bigger. But every time you look at these companies and lose hope that it's too powerful, I want to remind you, this is why startups exist. 15 years back, there was this tiny company called Airbnb. Most of you have heard of it. Today, it's a $100 billion company. It's public. It's worth, again, 1.5 times Infosys. Airbnb today is the world's most valuable hotel company. It built exactly 0 hotel rooms. So Airbnb's model is you can, one spare bedroom in your house, you can let it out as a hotel room and anyone can come and stay, right? Ridiculous idea. No one thought you'll just let a stranger come into your house and stay and go and, what does that even mean? But in less than 15 years, their valuation is now, I think, 10 times the valuation of the next largest hotel company, Hyatt. It's around $10, $12 billion. So think like a startup, think like an entrepreneur, think like a founder. Every time you see there is no hope, there is always hope. There is always a way to do something strange. Build the same company in a different way and become a monopoly yourself, hopefully, and a very rich one building that company. So where is the future going to be? How does technology evolve in the future? We can all look back and have regrets. We didn't invest in Google, we didn't invest in Apple, we didn't invest in Infosys, whatever. But let's look future. Now, what do all the big consulting companies tell us? This is from the Church of McKinsey. It's a big report. They make grand statements about the future, mostly wrong. But there's some value here in understanding where it's going, how are these people thinking. All the technologies here are technologies you may have heard of, but 0 of them you were taught in school or college. So none of us have an intuitive instinct of how to build a trust architecture business. What does that even mean, right? But it sounds nice on a slide. McKinsey gets paid a lot of millions of dollars to make this slide. So we have to start diagnosing the predictions of the future as well and start thinking, therefore, about what to build today that might catch up with that value projection of the future, and so we can profit ourselves. So how far will the future go, and how far does technology take us? Here are some predictions that we have been seeing entrepreneurs believe in every day, and they are building solutions today for 25 years ahead in a world that's very different. The world's first fusion reactor is going live maybe end of this year, early next year in Paris. That one purple reactor is 25 times the size of this room, at least. It will power all of Paris, right? So free electricity, 24/7 for an entire city, a very big one. Paris is a huge city. Without any nuclear waste, no coal, no petrol, no natural gas, no inputs required beyond some nuclear material. The efficiency is around 86%. Enormous efficiencies. If that goes live and that proves to us that we can harness nuclear energy for actual electrical power generation, imagine smaller reactors, mini reactors, fusion reactors, every city, every neighborhood, like you have a transformer, you'll have a nuclear reactor. This can become a democratized solution for energy once and for all. Now, are we allowed to do nuclear engineering and innovation in India? No. All of us are fed this reason that we'll all make bombs. Actually, we don't make bombs. The wrong people make bombs, but we are prevented from innovating. Why does France and the US get to innovate? Why don't we? A good question. But in the meantime, in India, we are not taking no for an answer. The world's largest solar power plant is already here in India, in Bhadla, in Rajasthan. 2.7 gigawatts, which is almost equal to half the energy consumption of Bangalore. That's a lot. So we should catch up. We should not wait. We should not let someone else come here and tell us what to do. We should start building for this future where electricity is going to be free. I also submit to you that there's one day going to be expertise, which is a fundamental human constraint. All of us don't get the best teachers, the best lawyers, the best doctor, the best VC, the best entrepreneur, the best boss, the best wife, the best husband, the best grandfather, whatever. Imagine an AI being assigned to you at birth and being the best of whatever skill you want it to be and help you throughout the rest of your life only for you, N=1 personalization. So the friction to the best expertise goes away. And that's why there's so many hundreds of billions of dollars of VC investments into AI, because everyone's convinced that every human being needs 6 or 7 of these robots, AI agents, hovering around your life, telling you what to do. I don't know if that's going to be part of the future, but certainly a lot of money is being invested to build this. But this is definitely going to be true. More and more of human labor seems more and more redundant as the world evolves. Why do we need so many human beings to carry cement, bricks, steel, and build a skyscraper? Why don't robots do it? Why should human beings clean your house and cook food for you? Why doesn't a robot do it? Already in countries like Japan, South Korea, a lot of Scandinavia, where they're not having enough babies, they're selling more adult diapers than baby diapers every year. In Japan, more people are dying than being born. They will need robots, and they're already building these robots to help them have some form of dignity and companionship as they become more alone, more old, and more devoid of children. So the future is going to evolve in strange ways. Things that seem science fiction suddenly become a necessity. And of course, there are some good things happening also. More and more cars will be self-driving, more and more jets will travel faster, more and more jobs for drivers and transporters will be lost. More and more people will die in much larger explosions from planes that break open at supersonic speeds. So there's a lot of danger with these technologies evolving as well, but if you look back at the human species, we don't seem to care. We still go head forward into technological progress, the dangers be damned. But there are also some interesting democratic effects of technology becoming more open. All of us hate to program. I won't find 5 people in this room who like to write code for the joy of writing code. You mostly do it because your boss told you to and a sprint is 2 days away. But imagine telling a computer this vibe coding nonsense is actually becoming real. Telling a computer to write a program just for you, right? And it's doing it. Today you can tell any of these AI agents to write a program, they'll build an app for you, they'll build a website for you, they can copy LinkedIn for you, they can copy Snapchat for you. So every human being becoming a programmer means there is no more excuse to not build a technology product, even if it's only for yourself, no excuses. But of course, the downside of that is as everyone starts building robots, everyone starts using AI, maybe there'll be 9 billion human beings on the internet. There'll be 100 billion AI agents trying to figure out your bank password, Aadhaar OTP, this OTP, that OTP. So more and more cyber fraud, more and more AI threats, more and more money out of your pocket to pay for more and more cyber security to install on your phone. Of course, the most important things in our lives are our most encrypted data. Bank password, this password, that password. Very quickly, these cloud solutions and quantum computing will be able to hack SHA-256 encryption in hours, not hundreds of years. So what does it even mean to be digitally secure? Today in 2025, most people are struggling to define. And coming to war and danger, you're already seeing the Ukraine-Russia war being the first instance of human-less war. Drones, mini drones, kamikaze drones, they're called many things. But more and more of war is being fought by machines like a video game. If you ever played Call of Duty, that's now become real life. And speaking of video games, the small joys in life that your kids had today, going on Fortnite, playing Fortnite for free, landing on an island, 30 other players, the first to kill everyone else wins. Today it's free and you're playing 30 human beings. Next year I will take a bet that it's not going to be free to play human beings. The free version will have only bots. and they'll all gang up to shoot you because you're human. And you have to pay Fortnite for the privilege to play against other human beings. So the entire business models will change because the human experience is going to become more valuable. Bot is going to be default. And as bot becomes more default, most of us will want to be more robotic. Most of us will start asking, why do we suffer the pain of being physical, biological human beings? More and more of these dystopian entrepreneurs are building human-machine brain interfaces, virtual reality with high-fidelity simulations. They want more and more of you to be less physical, more digital. I don't believe that, but the innovation's happening nonetheless. But some good things also coming out of it. If healthcare AI innovates at the rate we believe it will, cancer diagnosis, heart health, diabetes, and so on will become easier to predict, easier to manage, easier to extend your life. More and more surgery will become more robotic, more precise, less risk inside the hospital, and more of this will become more auditable. So you are able to track back to every single event in your biological history so that ultimately, the ultimate holy grail of all innovation is how do you make human beings live the entire 120 years? We print more organs, we replace human beings' parts. Ultimately, we design the genetics of our babies. So all of these weird things that looked like science fiction, today I will find you 10 companies doing each and every one of these technological innovations across the world. From Mauritius to Japan, from South Korea to Bangalore, from Tehran to San Francisco. Every single entrepreneur today is only focusing on building this one version of this future. So the singularity that is coming, it could be very bad, it could be very good, it most likely will be somewhere in the middle. It's coming nonetheless. And every underlying technology that we have built on so far is going to superimpose onto this ultimate S-curve of AI-led innovation. This is why every company on the planet is panicking about, are we behind in AI already? This is the first time I've seen investors, customers, large corporations, governments panic about something they can't define. Normally they're panicking about made-up stuff, made-up competition, made-up wars, made-up problems. But for the first time, no one can define the end state. No one knows what the problem is. But everyone's moving fast at the highest speed they can. So it's a confusing time to be a founder. It's a confusing time to be an entrepreneur. It's a confusing time to be a promoter of a large business, small business, family office, family business. But it is inevitable that all of us in this room will have to face this evolution of technology in the next 10 years. So what is a large surface area of threat is also a large surface area of opportunity. And therefore, as we pull all this to India, let's now internalize this and apply this to our lives. Let's first see how far we've come over the last 10 years. So India was, unfortunately for all of us, a very broken socialist economy after independence. We had what I call the industrialized Nehruvian complex, INC, which systematically believed that all of us are morons, we can't be trusted with our money, we should not have money in our bank accounts, the government should run everything, government should give us all jobs, government should run the banks, the airlines, build the roads, build the buildings, government should come into your house, tell you if you'll have a telephone line, how much rice to eat, which brand of salt to use. Control was unfortunately the default position of the Indian government. Instead of becoming civil servants, they became civil overlords. As a result, the prosperity that is our right as Indian citizens, as individuals, as sovereign people of this country was stolen from us for at least 60 years. My grandparents lived in an India that was unbelievably challenging, stole their right to prosperity. There was no joy in that generation. My father, my parents grew up at a time when the best jobs were paying you 300 rupees a month. 300 rupees is not enough to bring up children. There's panic in the edge of your eyes every time you come home, telling your wife, I'm only going to make 300 rupees this month. That is not a safe India. That is not a prosperous India. That is not an India that inspires young people. When I was in school, every headline was a bomb blast, another scam, 2G scam, 3G scam, NG scam. That is an India that actively demoralized its citizens and prevented them from hoping for a better future. Now, this is the truth. All of us lived through this. All of us still have memories of this. But why am I saying this in such gory detail? Because despite India being a terrorist state, if you want to go that far, over 34 years since 1991, when we finally opened up and became a little bit more liberalized, we have grown at 8.2% a year in dollars for 34 years in GDP. We went from $275 billion, 5.32 lakh crores, to 4.27 trillion or 357 lakh crores of GDP. No country in the world has given its citizens so much oppression and grown at this rate except China. So as much as we like to say we are different from China, and we are, China is worse. Yes, it's definitely worse. It can always get worse. We still grew at a rate that most of the world, most Indians still don't believe we actually grew. So what does this tell you? Things can be very bad, but at a mass level, at a community level, at a national level, we can still do strange emergent behaviors that lead to ultimate economic expansion. So I consider this India 2.0, India constrained, not India oppressed, which was pre-1991, but India constrained. I'll show you what India before oppression really meant. This is real oppression, this is before independence. The East India Company came here, and it's the best example of a company running an entire country. It's a great business model, by the way. It's a very simple three-part business model. So I'm telling you this because it gives you very interesting insights into how to build the best company of the future. But the East India Company, as it took over every state, every zamindari system, every nizam's kingdom, whatever, they assumed three roles. One of the buyer, so they would go to the producers, the farmers here, for example, and buy everything that they produce, all the wheat, all the jowar, all the rice, etc., give them a good price. But because they paid the farmer money yesterday, they know exactly how much they paid. The next day, the tax collector comes. That's the second role of the East India Company. Takes 50 to 75% tax. The rate is whatever they decide it is that year. So they pay you from one hand and take it from your pocket in the other hand. Right? Brilliant business model, because it's your money just washing through, and the producer very quickly realizes there are no other sellers to sell to. It's a monopoly buyer market. The state is my enemy. The state is my buyer. The state is my taxation agent. And ultimately, Indians were, of course, the world's most successful traders over thousands of years. The East India Company also took over all exports from India. They were the gatekeepers. You couldn't sell anything without their permission. So if an American businessman bought cotton from you in Mumbai, you wouldn't get gold or money in return. You would get a piece of paper from the portmaster called a council bill. The businessman from the US would pay gold to the East India Company. East India Company would give you a piece of paper saying, you can one day cash this for some money. When can you cash it? No certainty. How much is it worth? No certainty. Right? Now, think about this system. How many of you believe we are actually out of the system today? The government still decides how much tax you'll pay. The government still taxes you too much for every rupee of income you earn. The government still has abnormal controls over the exports and how much you will export, what you can import, how much duty you'll pay. We still seem to live in this command and control system of the East India Company. And it's not just us. Every government learned that this is a great business model for a government to have. Every government on the planet runs some version of this today. So we not only have to compete with other companies, other businesses, US monopolies, technology, we also have to compete with our own government. The biggest competition for Airtel and Jio is not Airtel and Jio, it's BSNL. They can afford to lose lakhs of crores of rupees and be unfair state-led competition using your tax money to give you ultimately terrible service. Right? So these are the kind of interesting disadvantages we have. Every country has different disadvantages. We should wake up to ours. But despite the disadvantages, we grew the GDP the rate we grew. And despite this East India Company terrorist state, the Prime Minister was ultimately an Indian origin gentleman a few years back. Right? Strange things happen in reality that even we cannot predict. We cannot explain. But somehow that Indian temper, that Indian anger, that Indian revolutionary spirit always wins. And now I want to talk about optimism, about hope. How far can we take the strength of the Indian spirit if we all start working together and build for a better future and ultimately bury this pain of the past? Enough of the past. Let's talk about how to get rich. In the last 10 years since this government took over, I'm trying to stay not political, but I'll just go by data. We have added 2 trillion to our GDP, from 2.1 in 2015 to more than 4.3 in 2025. We have added as much GDP in 10 years as it took 65 years before to add. Right? And this is after the British stole 75 trillion from us, ran an unusually exploitative system. Their share price went up, the Queen took over. Fascinating history of the East India Company. This is a country that got pillaged by the most profitable company in the economic history of the planet and still recovered 2 trillion of GDP after all that mayhem just in 10 years. Imagine if we had a better government, a government that served us, a government that was our friend, a government that didn't oppress us, the government that trusted us. Imagine how much bigger we could have been. But put that aside, okay. Put that aside, let's talk about the chart on the right. When I was in school, we were number 14th or 15th. I still remember we were asked to read the headlines in our, every day in school, one boy was called, read the headline. One day, one headline I remember on Thursday morning was the PM then, the previous government, 2005. The Prime Minister, who's supposed to be a good economist, went on Parliament and said, we should not, as Indians, aspire to be a top 10 economy globally. That is the Prime Minister's message to Parliament, and the headline that schoolboys are reading to each other on a random day in school. Since I've graduated school, obviously we've all been through a lot of pain, but we've gone from 14th to 5th, and now we are at 4th. We are just behind Germany. In another 2 years, 1.5 years, we'll be at 3rd. And from 3rd, we will stay 3rd. No other country is ever going to catch up and beat us going forward. Right? So this has taken a long time. This has come through a lot of pain. We have done this despite the political leaders we are supposed to look up to not believing this is possible. So again, there's a strange resilience in this country, and it seems like there's almost a karmic destiny for us to be ultimately more prosperous than most people believe. So we've added 2 trillion in the last 10 years. We are going to add 4 trillion in the next 10 years. No other country in the world today is going to add 4 trillion from this kind of base besides India. And as you project forward, if you look at the graph on the right, go to 2050, China and the US are roughly around 40 trillion. Number 1, number 2, we don't know, depends on a lot of things that happen in between. But India is very comfortable at number 3, 20 trillion plus. No other country in the world is even getting close to 10. So we are going to be the third and the only country to cross 10 in the next 25 years. Now, this is all possible because for 70 years we've been doing prayashchit for crimes of the past, right? Look at the last 14 years. Higher poverty has gone from 53% to 16%. Extreme poverty from 12.2% to 2%. This is phenomenal progress. These are World Bank definitions, so very hard to change the definition of these poverty indices. It's all set by the World Bank for every country in the world, so there's no gaming this data. Now, you should be proud that this happened finally. You should also be angry if this was possible in 14 years. Why the hell did it take so long? Why did we only start in 2011? What happened to the people who are supposed to be economists and political experts and statesmen and so on and so forth, if they couldn't do this when we needed them to do this for our own people, for our grandparents, our parents? So every time we make progress, we should not forget the pain of the past. We should not forget the platforms we are building on top of. We should not forget the people who made the sacrifices so that we can grow the rate at which we're growing. But finally, now that most people have the basic necessities of life, children are no longer starving, infant mortality is no longer such a big issue, more clean water, more sanitation, more gas connections, more banking. Now we can finally start thinking like the monopolies that rule our digital day. Now, there should be no moral drag on each and every one of us to think just about the pain and the past. Let's think about building for the future. So quietly, over the last 10 years, while we've added 2 trillion, we've also added 3 trillion to our equity market cap. Our equity market is now the 4th most valuable in the world. We'll definitely beat Japan. We'll compete like hell with China. We're never going to catch up with the US. We should not even bother. But now this race for number 2 on this chart is definitely possible. And the last 25 years, while we've slowly been adding GDP, we have also been the single best performing equity market in the world. Better than China, better than Indonesia, Germany, Japan, anyone else. Only the US has stayed in par with us over the last 25 years. India is also an absurdly profitable economy. Our market leaders, our corporate giants, our public companies, last year, the total corporate profit in India was 13.5% of GDP. No country in the world has 13.5% of GDP as profits, except the US, they're at 14.2%. And as India gets bigger, our companies are getting more profitable, not less. Look at the deviation in profits from China and India. China's in a lot of economic trouble right now, if you've seen in the news. So in India, there is no excuse not to be profitable. In fact, your profits are more valued compared to on a relative growth basis than any other market in the world, on that equity market chart that you saw a couple of slides back. I also believe we have too many young people. I've tried to hire Gen Zs. It's deeply challenging. You saw in Nepal what happens if you take away their WhatsApp and Facebook. This is going to be a problem. If you have grandkids, kids, I think you already feel what I feel. But the good thing is, it's also a demographic dividend. This is the only country in the world where we are still birthing these many babies on an absolute basis. I'll take a couple of guesses. How many babies were born last year in India? 2 hands, anyone? Anyone wants to take a guess? Yes. 182 million. 182. No, that's too many. There'll be multiple Nepals happening right now. Yes. Very close, 2.5 crores. 25 million babies were born last year. Ask me how many babies were born my year? 2.5 crores, 25 million babies. We have been birthing 25 million babies, 2.5 crores, the last 38 years. We don't seem to stop. Whatever's happening in the rest of the world, famine, war, this, that, Indian babies will come out. So this is why if we start building for young people, if we start working with our population, if we have a government that actually cared about the average Indian's pains, this would have been a huge demographic asset. It wasn't. It was a drag on development, as everyone has said, and a lot of the data shows you that. But now that is going to change, because we're the only country that's going to stay young in the next 100 years, and this is why those Gen Zs are going to be finally worth all the pain they give us. Last year, something magical happened. India added more global consumer class citizens to the world than even China. No one in the world thought this was possible. 33 million people joined the global consumer class index, 31 million from China. Project next 5 years, 773 million people in India will be at that size, 46% growth. Absurd, it will never happen again. But finally, all that is worth it, right? So if you're building a shampoo company, a diaper company, powder company, agarbatti company, matchstick company, anything you are making, this is why all that pain was worth it. East India Company, Mughal terrorism, this war, that war, INC, all of it was worth it because finally, this has become a real opportunity. And one of the things we weren't doing very well because of, frankly, outdated East India-inspired policies was our manufacturing is far too low a contributor to our gross value addition as an economy. We're going to go up almost 4x, 400% in the next 10 years. So again, if you're a manufacturer, if you're a producer, if you're an entrepreneur who has an itch to make something real, please do. This is going to be, again, 10 years that has never been experienced in India before. And now our software exports are the largest in the world. We export more software than Saudi Arabia exports oil. So in services, we have taken over almost the entire world. Only the US exports more than us. But we have to start in the other areas as well. From electronics to chemicals to iron, steel, cereal, food processing, textiles, everything has to grow to become another Infosys, another Wipro, another TCS. We need an Infosys in every industry to start producing and exporting in a way that we never have before. We're also innovating at rates now. Once the government has gotten out of our universities and our labs, they're actually giving the money that they're saying they will give. We have climbed from 81, which is absolutely abysmal. Pakistan was doing more innovation than us, apparently, 10 years back, and now we're at 40. Right? All it required was our scientists can commercialize the research they're doing in universities. There was a law against them commercializing. That law was removed in 2015. Just removing these very basic, simple obstructions that made no sense. Common sense, like deregulation, lets us jump like this in 10 years. So finally, this convergence that's happening, and I'll go faster in the interest of time, this convergence has taken 70, 80, sometimes 200, 300 years to happen. There's a lot of pain behind it. Like I mentioned before, a lot of people have sacrificed entire generations for it. But the next 10 years, as we project forward, as we go to 10 trillion in GDP, startups, technology, entrepreneurship, founders, operators, all of us together are going to build an economy that India has always deserved but didn't have the opportunity to have. We're already the world's third largest startup ecosystem. You're all fortunate to be in Bangalore. This is where all the action is. We are building on the shoulders of giants. The IT companies today have 65 lakh people working for them, 6.5 million. They've trained around 35 million. So 3.5 crores. So there's a lot of very interesting, 5.5 million, 30 million, so that's 3 crores. There's a lot more of IT training contributing to the GDP expansion of India than the government doing its basic job, building roads, building highways, building bridges in the last 30 years. So if we are able to remove the government from infrastructure, from banking, from telecom, from manufacturing, from defense, and do more and more of the government substitution, not import substitution alone, right? All that value that gets unlocked, all that skilling that happens for the population, all the startups that come out of after that first generation of value capture, that is what China did very well. Of course, through an oppressive one-party system, that's a different problem, but we can borrow a lot from what they did, apply to our context, and demand that this government gets out of the way. Because once they get out of the way, the rate at which we create value is mesmerizing. And we're not just creating value in India, we've created hundreds of unicorns in the US as well. And it's not just that you have to be a startup founder for you to be on these slides. You can also be a damn good CFO, very good CPO, CTO, very good COO, pick any CXO. Now the world's biggest companies, those monopolies I spoke about before, many of them are being run by Indians. Now, are they Indians or they're not Indians? I don't want to argue about that, but that could have been your face, right? 30 years back, you had to leave for your face to matter. But today I want to show you in India, we are the third highest concentration of billionaires in the world. We just crossed 200 a couple of months back. The stock market has been doing quite well. Quick show of, I'll ask another quiz. Which industries in India has created the most billionaires? I'll take two guesses. Put your hand up. The easy guess. Everyone has used the product. Yes, sir. Not fintech, sir. UPI. No, not UPI. Not technology. Not healthcare. Education, correct answer. I counted again last quarter, 52 billionaires in India have an education business. Now, including a lot of people from our community, we should be proud. Now, let's talk about education. I want to give you forget future of AI and this and that. Let's be very basic. All of us have been educated, right? Education is a very strange business globally. The user and the customer are two different human beings. Very few areas where you have the user and the customer split into two human beings. Why do I say that? The user is the student. You are all students. You mostly complained about your education. It wasn't very good. The food was terrible. The place was not smelling great. The fan never worked. The teachers didn't care about you. So the user experience is terrible, but you still paid the fees. But you didn't pay the fees. The customer paid the fees. Your parents. Right? And now as you have become parents, you have bigger aspirations for your children. You are willing to pay not 40,000 rupees a year, but 4 lakhs a year sometimes. 10x increase in ACV, the average the annual contract value. And your kids are still the same types of users, not happy, a little dissatisfied. Nothing is ever enough. They want more video games, more smartphone, more internet. And you are the customer now, right? All of us have gone through this experience, but the guys who have made the most money are the guys who are pumping the same user-customer systems of control that are suppressed in very strange ways that make no sense. But observe all the wallet shares of all the businesses, the built-up environment around you. If you're an investor / promoter / entrepreneur, that mindset, you can find so many opportunities in even the most oldest industries available to invest in the country. So we are already the third largest number of unicorns in the world compared to the rest of the world. Again, very few countries will catch up with us. Every sector in India is getting funded, so this used to be a big problem 10 years back. I want to now talk a little bit about what we are seeing hard on the ground and why change is going to become more radical in this country. We had a big problem with cash 10 to 15 years back. Our neighbors were printing more fake cash currency than our government. Our cash was being shredded, torn, stored in apartment buildings, all kind of silly headlines about the misuse of cash. Quietly in the last 10 years, we built our own system called UPI. We are already the world's leader in real-time payments. 72% of all transactions in India by volume now happen on UPI. We have silently substituted the tyranny of cash and gone digital without anyone telling us what to do. This UPI is a better experience. Indians are smart. You give them a better product, they will adopt it. The value today for UPI that we pay is 0. One day they charge you 1 paise per 100 rupees. Are you going to care? No. It's worth the benefit. It's a great product, right? Unfortunately, built by the government, NPCI, we're not allowed to invest in NPCI. Okay, again, right? So half in, half out. Let's talk about YouTube. All of your kids are now addicted to YouTube. I see Coco Melon nonsense in even 1-year-old trams being walked around the park. India is now the largest audience population on YouTube, for now almost 500 million people. India also has the number 1 and number 3 most followed channels. Does everyone remember 10 years back we had this war with this white guy called PewDiePie? Some of you will remember, right? Now, PewDiePie, just give you a fun story. He's a Swedish or Norwegian guy, I don't remember, from a country that doesn't matter anyway. He used to rally these white boys all over the world to follow him because there was this war that started between him and T-Series to become the first channel to go to 100 million subscribers, 10 crore. Now, did anyone in India ever tell you that there was a war going on for the first channel to go to 100 million subscribers? Did Arnab Goswami yell at you at 9 o'clock, please follow T-Series, nation must know, nation must unite? The Prime Minister go on TV telling you to press the subscribe button? No. What did Indians do? While PewDiePie panicked and started a moral panic across the world, Indians just go to YouTube, listen to bhajans, follow T-Series, live their day, no one cares, right? A mass of 1 billion people on the internet, not caring, doing what they always do, crushed this kid's hopes to become the first 100 million followed channel. Since then, he's never recovered. He's gone to mental health therapy. He's given up. He's bought a dog. He comes on YouTube maybe once in 3 months. We crushed his soul, right? Because no matter how much he tried, all the racism he attempted, Indians didn't care, just did what they did, and they crushed him. That is what I call emergent behavior. India's emergent behavior is common sense. Don't care. Whatever they do, whatever they try, our emergent behavior becomes the best in the world, the leader of the world. So what happens if we start actually doing things deliberately, intentionally, asking the government to get out of our life, asking for common sense regulation, and if we buy the shares now and start thinking like investors, even SBI, a government bank, this is a weird thing about India, will outperform HDFC, ICICI, Axis, doing nothing except just being clean and not defaulting or doing scams for 5 years. Right? No offense to anyone who works in a government bank, but the track record of the government telephone banking is deeply painfully known to every Indian. But basic things, being clean, hygienic, just doing the regular things that a company should do, creates enormous value in India over a span of 2 to 3 years. And all our big companies are not idlers or cowards. Whatever you think about these companies, these promoters, whatever view you have of them, all of them are now building their own Marvel universes of startups, technology, all these businesses, trying to become the next Google, the next Apple, the next Facebook. In fact, the Googles, Facebooks, Microsofts are investing in them because they think they have a good shot of being that valuable. Reliance is doing it, Tata is doing it, Birla is doing it. Hundreds of companies in India are trying to become a better version of their next evolution so that they can be as powerful and valuable. And startups, many startups have turned profitable. This is Sridhar Vembu, the founder of Zoho. That is his board meeting, by the way. It's on the terrace of his house in a village outside of Coimbatore. His board is mostly his family members. He's never raised a single rupee from a VC. His board agenda is whatever he thinks it is. His board meeting starts when he decides his coffee is done. The board decisions are what he thinks it will be. Writes it down, one piece of paper is signed. 2,000 crores of profit printed last year. Right? So we are absurdly profitable, absurdly good at competing, building great products. And we sometimes don't even need venture capital, all these fancy investors to help us. We can run a company this way. Of course, from our own community, these brothers are heroes. Absurdly challenging time to beat all these big institutions to become the #1 brokerage in India. Not a single rupee of VC raised, not a single time they went to the community to panic and complain. Last year, 4,000 crores of PAT. I don't know what you do with 4,000 crores of cash, but I'm sure they'll figure it out, of all people. So the founders around you, Indian founders, Indian startups are building in every category. We are investing in every category. Already we have 6 companies at 1,000 crores each in annual revenue. 100 million is roughly 900 crores now. The average age of those companies in our portfolio is 6 years old. 6 years to get to 1,000 crores revenue each. I didn't think that was possible, but that's happened in the last 10 years. 6 of our companies are at 500 crores, dozens are past 100 crores. So in real time, I'm not just telling you stories about the public markets or companies I don't know. Literally, since I started my career at 314, 10 years back, this is not even all the companies, I'm not allowed to put some logos here, but this is what we have seen. We're also seeing new founders, IIT kids, NIT kids, RV, Manipal, starting companies in strange sounding areas, which sometimes we don't even know what is cognitive robotics. What does that mean? Right? McKinsey has to tell you. But they're starting. They're not waiting for someone to ask them. They're not waiting for permission from the government. They're not waiting for some minister in Vidhan Saudha to tell them, you'll get a 50 lakh grant if you do this. They're not waiting for permission. That attitude shift has already happened in the millennial and Gen Z founder and they are trying no matter what. And as they try, we see 1000x, 400x, 100x. The value being created is immense. It's taking 7 years now to become a unicorn. It used to take 15, 16 years, and usually there was no hope. It was almost impossible. And I want to end by showing you the cap table, the list of investors, shareholders, and how much shares they have. I'll take a guess of which company this is later. But I want you to see the first block, the founder block. There are 4 founders. They are collectively worth 2,000 plus crores. Anyone wants to guess which sector this company is in? You were right, sir. Again, say the same thing. Same thing, you were right last time. Education. This is an edtech company, ED Tech, Education Tech. Anyone wants to guess which company? I'll take 2 guesses. Fun. Not Vedanta, very close, but not Vedanta. Anyone else? Not Baiju, I'll take Baiju out. No, not physics. Unacademy, Munjal. So look at the fund list. Every big fund you heard of, 100 billion, this billion, that billion, doesn't seem to know how much money they have. They've all made money from this company. Now this company went from 0 to 24,200 crores in enterprise value. It's back down to, I think now, some 4,000 crores. Right, so up and down. I want to show you this because it's not a template for what you will do or any one of us will do. It's just a random company that of the 120 unicorns out there, right? But the tangible change that's happened by Gaurav Munjal and friends believing they can do this. Whatever you think of the company, the business, the quality of the app, whatever, right? Forget it. The opinions don't matter. I've met Gaurav Munjal. I'm not invested in him for many reasons, but I've met him. I've tracked him over 10 years because I like tracking people who I say no to, but they succeed anyway, right? It helps keep me unbiased. When I met him and he became a unicorn, stars in his eyes, very arrogant. You know, I became a unicorn. I'll show Baiju. Who does he think he is? Right? Now, Baiju and him are both, anyway. Doesn't matter. But he had the courage to say, this is not enough. I will do more. There's someone bigger. I'll go after him also. Right? I met him again. And he's lost most of his money. He's been kicked out of the company. Investors have taken over. Not a great experience. I still see that madness in the edge of his eyes. He say, I'll start another company. AI mein kar lenge. Dekhenge. I'll show them again. Right? He's made 400 crores, by the way. He sold a lot of his shares. He was a smart guy. But he won't give up, and he'll do it again. 400 is not enough. 4,000 chahiye. Right? I didn't see that in anyone in my class when we were reading 2G scam, 3G scam, Manmohan Singh telling us we shouldn't dream or aspire. Something has changed in the average Indian, and it wasn't school, it wasn't political leadership. That inner instinct, it doesn't die, it doesn't go away. That, I'm sure, is the only thing that's real as we go forward. So I'll close by saying that these companies now are going public. The dark blue line is an index of all the tech companies that went public, 45 IPOs, from Jan 23 to, I think, Jan this year, before Trump. We had performed better than NASDAQ 100, Nifty 50, S&P 500, all the other indices you think are good indices to buy. Not a single mutual fund in India has a product that you can invest in today. You can't put 1,000 rupees in this. Right? You would have made 114% returns in 2 years. So this, again, we could not buy the shares of all these companies before. Don't miss this index of companies being built in India, because they are going to go from 400 billion today to $1 trillion of market cap being created. All types of founders, all types of technologies, whether it's Sridhar Vembu in his village, whether it's that auntie in Udaipur selling clay vessels for the kitchen, all of them are going to try, all of them are going to be founders. Many of them will fail, few of them will succeed. And that success is going to be worth it. And that's the spirit that should not die. I'll close by saying, again, I spoke a lot about the government. This is an interesting chart. Whatever I believe about the government, this is important to close with. 68 years for airlines to go to 50 million customers. Facebook took 3 years, Twitter took 2 years, Pokemon Go took 19 days. Arogya Setu, a public-private app. I know the guys who built it. They built it for free. The government didn't pay them, no one paid them anything, no shares, no equity, no startup with funding. Arogya Setu reached 50 million users in 13 days. It reached 500 million users over the next 1 year. 2 billion vaccinations were given through it. Not a single rupee of profit was earned. All of that is true at once. But this is the spirit of India. Right? We will build our own technology. So I'll close with, I know for sure I'm closing. 3 internal truths that I want to leave you with. The pain of the last 8 years we spoke about. it is going to lead to this generational leap of value creation. Please don't miss this window. It's the last window. 4 trillion of GDP being added will never happen again at this rate. Be comfortable with tautology, embrace uncertainty, get your life and character in order. Don't take risks if you are not sure of who you are. Please be very prepared, take a shot, hit it. Don't miss, don't fail. This is a very performance-biased and competitive environment. You cannot blame anyone else for failure. Passion doesn't matter, none of that matters. Success matters. All roads should lead to success. Don't have any excuses. Don't listen to other people's opinions. Definitions change, narratives evolve. None of that is reliable. Success is the only North Star. Please work towards it in your own way. And finally, community will be a key platform. We've gone through a lot of pain as a community. I'm here today because this is my community. Please build and deploy your influence within our own community. I think of all of us as soldiers. We're all fighting an economic war. Our government is sometimes our biggest enemy. Despite that, there is strength in being together, working with the government, changing the rules. And we have to change the country around us. It is in our control. And finally, please lose your skepticism. Today, I go to many universities. I just went to my 45th university last week. Everyone thinks investors decide what is going to be valuable, not founders. Founders decide what to build. Investors just figure out whether that's going to be valuable or not. They're a very small part of the journey. Builders who are building are the only reality of value creation, no one else. So with or without you, this is very important, 9 lakh crores of wealth is going to be created in the next 10 years. Build or we will all get left behind. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Pranav Pai, for that insightful and inspiring presentation. Your thoughts have not only sparked ideas, but also have instilled renewed sense of purpose in how we view innovation and growth in our country. You truly are a pride of the community and the icon of the youth from our community. To honor and express our gratitude, may I now invite Mr. Shanbag on the stage to kindly felicitate Mr. Pranav Pai. If anybody's got any questions for Pranav?
Maybe one more mic for him, no, please. Yeah, Pranav, every time I listen to you, I go to future 2047, 2050, and whenever I feel low in life, I remember you, That is how I relate your presentations, your thoughts. So, first and foremost, congratulations. Yesterday I read the latest unicorn report. One of the portfolio companies, Darwin Box from 314 Capital, is a unicorn company now. It's amazing experience. And incidentally, we are one of the users of Darwin Box. We have about 3,500 users base, yeah. So, how many of your portfolio companies are now in AI space, and anything, for small, mid-size enterprises, that you recommend to be in which line of AI, if you could give some insights.
Yeah, yeah. Good question. So good question, sir. We have around 9 companies that are building AI products today. So the core software is an AI solution. Around 40 companies are using AI in a way that I can directly attribute to revenue. So for example, one of my consumer companies fired 150 people. It's not always a good thing, but anyway, that's his decision. And he replaced the entire workflow with AI. His revenue grew from around 160 crores a year to 950 crores a year in less than 12 months. This founder wanted to send a message to his competition, to his own employees, that my business has changed and I refuse to work like it used to be in the past. So I think AI is not about just building solutions. You don't have to be an AI company to benefit from it. This company is a consumer content company. He fired 150 people who write scripts, do dubbing, speak into a mic, make videos. He's using AI for all of it now. And that's an example of how AI is not, it's not a product you sell alone. It's a fundamental platform you use for yourself, right? Whether it's ChatGPT on your phone, or Anthropic inside your enterprise, or Darwin boxes, those chatbots that now are trying to automate things. So please take AI very seriously. My startups are already doing that. Half of them are already past that limit in terms of becoming serious users or builders of AI.
Thank you, Pranab.
Hi, Pranav. This is my second session that I've witnessed. Trust me, this is one of the best sessions. I came here especially to see all the slides that you had. And last time when I was in Saraswath Chamber Global Enclave in 2023, I went back home. And thanks to Youth of GSB, I did rewind all the slides and I went through so much of content that you had. My name is Damodar Pai. I'm a founder and a CEO for Easy Cloud Consulting. We're a global Workday partner.
Good.
So I do have, in fact, I do have two questions. One is on ethical AI, right? How do you define the ethical AI in this world? And I believe you covered a lot in terms of how AI can be more of a troublesome as well, right? While it is getting a lot of benefits. So how do you define the ethical AI in the recent times? Second, you spoke high on the education, and I believe in your last session also you spoke high on education, right? In AI space, and we just understand that there are 2.5 crores of babies that are getting born. What is the responsibility that we have to educate these babies? And these are coming under Gen Alpha and whatever that new generation will be, because they don't know what is happening in this current world. What is our responsibility, and how can we use this opportunity and make it aware? Because my son is in 7th standard, he's already learning Python, but I don't think he's already using ChatGPT, but then I don't think he's getting exposed to the other part of the story. So what is your response to it? Thank you.
No, very good questions. Thank you. So I'll answer the ethical AI first. I think every time there's been a new technology, even the computer or the car, you'll remember in history, you go back, there are certain sections of society that says this technology is bad, it will only lead to bad things. Some guys who think it's only good, it'll be good things. Mostly it always lands in the middle somewhere, right? So the internet, for example, most people say the AI is going to be like the internet. It's going to be one big step up for everyone, right? Now the internet, in my opinion, has been very good for a lot of things, a lot of tech startups, IT, etc., WhatsApp, video calling, messaging, YouTube, a lot of good things have entered our lives. But a lot of bad has also happened, right? Political assassinations are happening because social media is used to brainwash young people. A lot of civil strife is happening because, again, of social media, bots, Russia, this, that, whatever. So every technology has a good and a bad use case, right? Nuclear power also, it can be a bomb, it can obviously nuclear fusion, etc. We spoke about it. I think AI is going to be very similar, except some people think AI is going to have its own sentience, its own way of thinking. Today I don't believe it, but it's possible, anything is possible. I would rather not worry about that. I'm more interested in using AI today to meet my own goals, right? So I would rather not worry about Terminator happening 40 years later, because anyway I don't have any control. Like I've shown you, Google, Facebook, Trump, government, none of us will change that anyway. We should learn to optimize for our own lives, our own benefits, and worry more about the things we can control. That's usually the best founders I respect are doing that every day. Now, as you get more influence, and that's coming to your second question, say you become an AI founder, leave the Workday installation business, or use AI to install Workday and make better margins for yourself. You will start learning to take more control of technology versus the other way around. Today, all of us have some kind of addiction behavior with our smartphone, right? Keep taking it out of your pocket, checking every 45 seconds. What if the AI is constantly making money for us in the background? Whether it's robo-investing, whether it's selling some AI services to other people, you have to start using technology to harness it, to make it your worker, not become a worker for the technology. And the only place I see that happening besides very enlightened founders are kids. I have kids also, and my eldest is 4 years old. He told me to, I was using my laptop one day and he was asking me how it works. Long story short, now Google Gemini lets you make storybooks out of some text you write. There's a storybook gem or whatever it's called. So I told him, what do you want to make a story about? He said, you make a story about teaching me what you're doing on this laptop. He can't even say a laptop, right? So I made a story about the AI explaining what AI is to my 4-year-old. And now he knows AI. Now he wants a new AI story every day. And every evening we sit and make an AI story and both of us listen to it. I don't know what is going to come out. I have no idea what the AI is going to generate. But I'm also learning with a 4-year-old how weird and strange and powerful this thing is becoming every day, right? So give the kid a chance. Most of us were not given a chance with technology. We were, for example, in my college, remove your shoes, wait outside 15 minutes, then go into the computer lab, 10 minutes to boot, 30 minutes is computer lab time, 5 minutes you get to actually type in the computer, right? That was how we were allowed to use technology. Why do we gate our children? I don't understand that, right? So we should shift out of that mentality, trust them. Don't trust them too much because if you see how much time they're spending on YouTube, it's becoming out of control. So that bandwidth management has to be the parents' responsibility, but I trust the kids and I trust that we will use technology in the middle, not on the extremes. Sorry, it's maybe a vague answer, but that's the reality, unfortunately. Thank you.
You can take it off.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are here today to talk about something that has moved from the pages of a science fiction to the front page of every newspaper, from a distant dream to a daily reality. This is, of course, the AI revolution. Just a few years ago, AI was a buzzword, something we imagined in futuristic films. We'd ask, will AI write a novel? Will it create art? Will it have a conversation with us? Well, the answer to all of those is a resounding yes. Today, we are not just debating its potential, we are living with its impact. And this is exactly what we will be exploring in the upcoming talk, the AI revolution from buzz to reality. Our next speaker is a seasoned soldier on the tech battlefield, I should say. Being the MD for the Europe business group of the very well-known tech giant Accenture, his focus encompasses spearheading growth and overseeing the delivery of large-scale solutions. With a robust background in automotive, industrial equipment, and consumer goods, he has effectively led transformative projects that have reshaped operations across continents. His expertise lies in strategy and technology, which has played a pivotal role in driving innovation and excellence within the organization. He has successfully built and nurtured practices in e-commerce, content, IXO and digital marketing solutions, further cementing the organization's leadership in the digital space. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a round of applause for Shri Sudhir Kudwa as we invite him onto the dais to address on a very important issue, the AI revolution, buzz to reality.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. And thanks for this opportunity. It's a wonderful opportunity to learn all of us from each other. It is not just that, this knowledge is available everywhere now, right? So I especially thank you all for being here. The reason is, if you just put what is the typical topic for the topic that I'm talking, what is that to be talked for 45 minutes in a tool like, let's say, Copilot, you'll get a text already. Then you just put it saying that, convert this into text to audio, you have somebody talking. Then you can also select, if you like Amitabh Bachchan saying that I want Amitabh's voice on this. So you already have sitting at home, right? So thanks to all of you for being here and participating in person. What it helps more is about networking, meeting people rather than just a speech. I think the content, what I'm going to talk, is available everywhere. Okay. So when Shanbag ma'am and Gurudat ma'am asked me about this topic, I just went to Copilot and checked, what should be the typical topic for this typical subject in this topic, right, to be talked in 45 minutes. So it gave a set of things. Then I went and asked the second question, what is typically not talked in this topic? So it gave one more set of things. So then a third question I asked, what is typically not covered but is interesting for the audience? It gave third set of things. So definitely there are ways to get all the information, nothing new. So then I thought I'll talk more on my experience and what I hear from the market. Okay. So there was a long introduction. Basically, I am very proud of that. Okay. So that's my identity. All the professional things are there, and it is just inside the gate of the office. Okay. Otherwise, this is me. Okay. So coming to Gen AI, this is one other wave, just like what we have seen the digital wave in about 2013-14. Then we had a cloud wave, and now we have a Gen wave, which is much more impactful and definitely going to change the lives for all of us in many ways, right? So the evolution also was known from where we have a data to where we are today. Okay, a lot of my talk would be more as in how we see software companies and how we see the market would continue to be, right? So if we look at why this should be real, right? So the top 3 companies have invested about $10 billion just on research on Gen AI. Of course, if you take the tail end, it could be hundreds of billions, but more. But this is something which we are seeing the top players have invested today and looking at the market, right? So we have a lot of questions, right? Whether this is real or is it a bubble? We had some technologies like crypto, which had a much longer gestation time, and we still don't know how it is going to go over the time, right? So we have questions like whether it's real, it's a bubble, how do we adapt to this, or how do we adopt this, or what is in it for us, right? For youngsters, how do we adapt to the newer technologies? Okay, so this particular sessions that you're going to see today will give you a lot of perspective from different people, different industry leads, different practitioners, and of course, with the networking, you can talk to multiple people, but you'll not have an answer. You'll not have one particular answer because the technology itself is evolving. So today, if we look at how the ChatGPT was growing, right? So they launched ChatGPT. We were adopting ChatGPT for some large implementations. Then said there are constraints in this way, so they came up with ChatGPT 3.0. Then say no, this is not enough, 3.5. Now we are at 5.0. It's all evolving. So we cannot say where the industry is moving and how fast it would be. But some things are really some numbers are really good and give us affirmative answer saying that this is the way forward, right? So if we look at some of the data, the intelligence in these tools has gone up by 5.6% from 5.6x, okay? 5.6x from 2022 to 2025 in 3 years. So you are getting much more better information out from each of these tools. That's too fast, right? And the adoption of Gen AI, okay, or AI or Gen AI is 4x faster than the internet. So we know internet, how it really changed our lives. So this is going much, much faster, right? And of course, what we are seeing is, based on my interactions with the global leads, some of the Indian companies, almost the companies which have adopted Gen AI effectively have grown about 1.5 times faster than the companies which are not of the similar size. So this makes us think that, of course, there's a lot of value in this, but, how do we go about what is happening? How do we do this? Those are all the questions which we need to answer as we go forward. Okay. Now, let me go to little on the evolution side, right? So if you look at around 2017-18, the buzzword was data is the new oil. Okay, I think all of us have heard in everywhere we say that data is the most important thing which is going to give a lot of value going forward, which is true, right? I mean, the very reason that TikTok we are not really adopting here is that, a lot of people behavior, what are their interests, what are their attitude, and what they look for in life can be easily taken out. So a lot of things can be socially engineered with this data, right? So data is definitely the basic for all of us. Till then, none of the companies were looking at data as the value. It was one of the, maybe at the most Excel sheet having all those things. Now the data structure, data strategy, data models, all this came during that time saying that let's keep the data intact. And also, we had a countrywide guidance that, a lot of our data cannot go out of India. So data center has to be in India. I mean, you all know this, right? So a lot of Indian data, consumer data cannot go out of India. It has to be. And many countries have this guideline where, even though we develop the software, but the base data or the production data would be in the same country, it will not fly out of that. So that was the basic thing, right? Then came the analytics, where how do you create value out of that, right? So you have the data, how do you take the data and get the value out of that and have some meaningful decisions based on that data. So that is the analytics. And then came the AI, where it said that, whatever human has to do with the data, these models will do. That's what artificial intelligence came up. Okay. Now, post that, there are two things which are coming up. One, of course, the Gen AI, which will generate a lot of content based on what you are asking, right? If you're asking, let's say let's give a face, generate a face from a South Indian male who will look like somebody, right? It will generate. So nowadays, if you see the press ads or many ads, you don't have, a lot of photos are generated through Gen AI. You need not go and shoot, right? And then you don't have an IP problem. So I think those are made much easier with some of these Gen AI tools. And there are hundreds of tools now, right? It's not just one. So as I said, I was giving an example earlier, what are the typical topics? If I ask the topic, same question to multiple, let's say, Gemini or Copilot or ChatGPT, in a way it will give a very similar, but I think there are, if you go to second or third level questions, there is a difference, how it works. So the tool, the strength and the models that we build on Gen AI is important, and this is real. This is going to be real going forward, right? So yeah, that comes to the, okay, of course, we always look at how the analyst will look at this. So Gartner says we are still in the growth trajectory. So what it means is that, we still have a lot more things to be done till getting matured, which means that the technology is still not mature enough and there's a lot more potential for technology to grow further. Okay, now let's come to how do we apply this, right? So typically for an enterprise, we look at either to increase the revenue or reduce the OPEX. Okay, so that's the two things. Or we can look at how do we increase the brand value. Okay, so reduce the OPEX is much simpler. So whether it is just-in-time systems or workforce optimization, these are some standard ones. If you look at revenue, increasing the growth, so that's where we look at, can we look at some of the new products with the kind of portfolio that we have, okay? Or should we look at some new revenue streams? So that's on the other side. On the brand value, of course, what are the marketing channels that we have? What are the competitors doing? So I think these are generic things, right? So this is the Gen AI will help us, or the AI will help us in all these ways. Okay. Now, when Gen AI generates most of the content, there is something called agentic AI now, right? So which basically creates agents. Okay. Now these agents could be to a specific problem, okay, where you can deploy, or it could be for a complex problem where you will deploy multiple agents coordinating with each other. Okay, it could be either ways. So agentic AI is coming up now, where it would help us going forward to handle the multiple complex decision making, and also you can set the goal. Okay, so let's say if I give an example like after this sessions, all the sessions, select the best 7 questions and reward them with certain things. So the tool can actually get all the data, all the questions that we have raised today, and then say that these are the 7 best questions. Okay. Now the second agentic, when I say the decision making, let's say it also those are the closed loop systems where those will give out the results, in the sense that if you give a problem to Gen AI's tools, right? Earlier the first part was when it was just analytics, it will give out the data and then you have to decide. Okay. When the AI came, it said that it analyzes the data and it will say that this is a solution. So you're not analyzing anything, it will analyze and it will give a solution as well. As you go to agentic, it will act as well. With the decision, whatever action has to be taken, it will trigger the action. So it's a closed loop system, and that's something which definitely is helping us now. So if you look at the latest trends, I think agentic is where, on the Gartner hype cycle, that's where we are. And there's much more to go further. Even Gartner is not predicting what more things are coming up later. But I think there's much more to go, because we are still in the growth trajectory there. Okay. Now, how do we apply, right? When I said that these are some of these revenue increase or profitability improvement or brand related, let me give few use cases. I think there was a question earlier, can we look at some of the use cases? Of course, we can look at some of those. One, of course, if you look at the banking, the fraud detection is one of the biggest problems that we have today. RBI has insisted on a separate division monitored directly by RBI as a risk management office in each of the banks now, just to look at the risk of this. So fraud detection is major, and it is still a lot of discussions are happening. How do we handle this? So Gen AI gives one of the solutions there. It looks at the profile of the people, what are their histories, how they have been working with the bank, what is available on the social networks, and then it could give a profiling of the risk profiling of a particular person. That's one. If you look at pharma, we all know that it's for new medicines, right? So there is, before it gets released, there is a medical, it's a trial which happens with people, right? For which we have to nominate. So it is not, it is not passed on to the general public, but if there are people who want to go through that for different reasons, one could be that there are some problems for which there are no solutions, right? So cancer is one of them. So a lot of companies will do this research on people after their all first trial on people who are nominated. Okay, so people who don't have any further hope with the regular all medicines and treatments, they would nominate themselves there, right? So this is a typical process in the R&D. So when the pharma company wants to test some of the products, okay, they could easily look at the profiling of these people, their history, where they were, what were their earlier medical situations, and of course it is easier in US than here because all the records are available there. So the GenAI gives a solution, what kind of people we can try and where it could be successful and where it could have a conclusive results. Okay, so that's in the pharma. If you look at the automotive, right, for that matter, now battery, the life of the battery is biggest problem now. So every large company is investing on batteries, how to make it the best. So of course there are a lot of research data already with them, what kind of battery they should have, what kind of chemical components it should have. So with all that data, what is already there in the research and what is available in the market, right, or easily available outside, and looking at the characteristics of different chemical compositions, GenAI can suggest or what is the next best composition for long life of battery. Okay, of course, then comes the question why anybody is not doing it, right? It's an easy question, but the point is, you should have your own design or your own research data first. Okay, from there going 2 steps further is made much faster by GenAI. It will otherwise, that's other information. What is publicly available is the general information. So anybody would have done it. Okay. The one other fourth example is, let's say, we all know the call center story, right? 24/7 call centers. Where for any problems we just call, it goes through the first level where he will say, you'll ask 2 questions and he will give the solution. That's the first level. Then if it doesn't happen, it goes to the next level and then it goes to the 3rd level, these kind of things, right? Now, all the companies would like to have the solutions in the first level itself so that, it gets resolved pretty fast. You have a problem in Amazon delivery, you can just call, they would say what it is, right? The GenAI predicts, or the industry predicts that GenAI could help to reduce the number of calls by about 80%, not going to human interaction. So what it means that you are, IVR itself will they take the questions and give the solution. So this could as well give a cost benefit of almost 30% by 2029. Of course, this has the other problem, what so many people in the BPO will do, right? So that's the other point. Maybe I'll come to that a little later. But these are some of the examples which are real-time scenarios which can work much faster. But these all needs a lot of careful deliberation and implementation of the tools, right? So yeah, I think I'll cover most of them. Then now it comes that how do we implement this, right? How do we implement this? What could be the success for the enterprises? Okay, first and foremost, the commitment at the board level, at CXO level is extremely important. It has to be top down, saying because the results and the investment that is required are high at the beginning, and it will take certain time to realize the results. The second and most important or equally important is go with the people first, in the sense that the people who are working in the company should believe in that GenAI is going to work for them. Which also means that there is a lot of talent transformation which has to happen, and they have to be reskilled, upskilled, multi-skilled. All these things have to happen in the next as they implement. That's the second one. Third, the right tools selection, you know. So, and whether you want to do it yourself within the company or you want a external vendor to handle that, right? That's a third one. Fourth, of course, you know, the people changes in terms of who will take a decision based on this. And the last one, of course, the tracking. Okay, so now these are, you know, more operational, the 5 steps what I mentioned, but these are, the reason I'm mentioning you is that these are extremely important for any of the smaller firms also to look at the investment, look at GenAI implementation and thereby, you know, getting results over the time. Okay, now the important thing is that, you know, we talk to the CEOs in India market. So about 90% of the CEOs or the CXOs globally believe that GenAI is important. And when we talk to Indian CXOs, about 78% of them have a feeling that, you know, they have to invest in GenAI and get going. That's a big number, right? But why, right? So the story, or rather the results of some of the 300 or 400 implementations that has gone through, and where we have found the revenue recognition improvements, says that with GenAI implementation and with the right number of use cases, right areas there where we are investing, the results say something like that, like profitability improvement of about 6 to 8%. It's a huge number, right? And revenue improvement of about 12 to 15% when you have it. So if you look at the overall situation where how the larger companies are investing, where are we seeing the results, how do we do it, there is a big story behind GenAI as we go forward. Okay, now let me give the other side of it. So on 18th of August, MIT released a white paper on GenAI. It said 95% of the pilots are failing. It's a big statement. I think there were a lot of discussion in the industry. Some people believed it, some people said no. I think there were a lot of action in the industry there. Okay, so when you look at the second part there, right? Why? So first is, you know, why they are 5% are successful, right? So that's the important one. So where they said is that if the companies are large and followed the full process and deliberated on the tools, the right tools, and track the process, they have been successful. That's one part of that 5%. Second part of the 5%, which is interesting, is that they said if the company is very young, especially in the age of something like 20 to 25, 28, those kind of people are more, or engineers are more, it has been successful. Now this is a big statement, right? Because those are the ones who are actually learning and ready to experiment something new and deliver. And it's already happening. I mean, there are a few cases, there are pilots which are already successful, but definitely we have much more. Okay. Now, what it means for people, right? I was hoping that we'll have much more younger team today. I think most of them are maybe, as you said, you know, they're on the YouTube. Yes, yeah. Right. So, what it means for all of us, right? As employees, so the biggest impact of GenAI would be in the IT. The reason because they are the ones who are going to implement it. Other companies, of course, it will have, but which will be redundant. If you take all that, it will be about 30%, which will be not relevant going forward. Does it mean that, you know, there is a layoffs? Okay, I think you said it perfectly that they have to transform. It is not that there will be a layoff. There may not be new hiring which might happen. Okay, but what is important is it has to be the case where each of us have to learn something new and get onto that new thing. We cannot keep quiet. So whether we call it upskill, multi-skill, all those things is fine, but then get onto the new things we have to learn, and this is changing every day. Gone are the days, I keep telling this, right? So earlier, if an IT professional knows SAP, he's done. His life is done, right? Till retirement, he will do only that. But now the technologies are changing so fast, and now with Gen AI, it becomes much more important. So what is important for all of us is that for all our kids, that we have to say that you get into something which you learn, which you are interested in. Exactly what you said. Because that's when they will learn something new. If you have forced him into medical or engineering and he is not able to pick up, or he wants to use the same knowledge throughout his life, that's not the case going forward. Definitely there's a lot of learning. So what it means for all of us is learn to learn. We keep learning, learn to learn, make the organization to learn. That's a way of life as we go forward. Okay. So I think we covered most of the things. But coming back to the industries where we are seeing, or for the entrepreneurs here, the investment in AI is a strategic investment going forward. It is very, very important that we think about it, have a core team thinking about it, and it is not discretionary. You cannot avoid it. Then I think we will be left behind. The second, keep the people more agile and ready for transformation of their talents. That's the only way it is going forward. Okay, so I was, we as our company, I'm not referring much about Accenture, but I think one of the questions earlier was also about how do we academics versus the industry, right? So what we are also working is, we are working with some of the colleges to have a curriculum in the final year which is more relevant for us, including what's coming up latest. We take our learning team to them, saying that what are their curriculum with what they have, what all to be added, and that is something which will align to our requirements or the industry requirements, as it said, so that they can be productive more. You remember, most of the IT companies had a very long training period earlier. 6 months, 8 months training, and then only. So now every company is looking at how to make it short. Okay. So we go to the colleges, give them the training curriculum that we want them to be ready with when they're coming back, and so that they can be productive from day one. Of course, not day one, but of course they have to get accustomed to, but it will drastically reducing the time to ramp up and be productive, generate dollars. Okay. Okay, so that's at a high level what I had. Yeah, I think one important one, I think it's interesting, is that in IT companies it's no more a simple calculation of efforts versus cost, right? So let's say there were 100 people for 1 year. It used to be a simple calculation, right? Now things are changing with the Gen AI or agentic AI. Now the quote goes something like 60 people and 40 agents. Okay, that's a cost which will be shown to the client. So what it means is that for the 60 people, of course it will be a regular cost. For the 40 people, it's just an agent cost. Now the 60 people will have, if you look at a multi-year contract of let's say 8 years, you have increments, you have to take care of the payroll cost and other things which are coming up, and it will slowly increasing, right? Of course it is increasing, and that is billed to the customer. Now when you have the agents, so you don't have the similar cost structure going forward in 10 years. What you have is only the maintenance of those agents and customization to the real requirements. Okay, so this has become very common now. So back to our talent story. This is real already. Okay, unless we upskill ourselves and get onto the new bandwagon, I think we are losing ourselves. That's the important thing to remember. That's all I had. I think I've taken a little less than time. Okay. I think we have, yeah, I'll take some interesting sessions on, I think the NVIDIA is one very good story. I'm sure you will cover it. I think everybody should understand what is the NVIDIA story. That's one. A lot of industry veterans talking in the panel later. That gives the industry perspective as well. That's a nice one. Please network with people, and I'm available here. I think there's a question I can take.
Thanks, Sudhir. It was a fantastic session. I had a question to you. How do you get micro and small entrepreneurs or industries to adopt AI? Because whatever you spoke about, general perception is all about big companies adopting AI. Yeah. But there are a lot of solopreneurs who would have come here to learn from you. How do you get them to adopt? Thanks.
Okay. So, yeah, some of the use cases that I've taken are much larger use cases. Okay. In the smaller firms, I think it is important to take the right use case, either the customer management, CRM space, finance space, or, you can take the logistics space. For each of space, you can take one of the problem statement and look at how GenAI can help us. So you have a micro agents as well. You need not be, the problem cannot be so big that only then GenAI will be adopted. But the little problem which comes there is, you have to look at the cost structure of the tools as well at that time, because being a smaller enterprise, the cost is also very, very important. So first thing I would say that, it's more important to look at which is your pain area, where you want to focus, one, and then for that, what are the GenAI solutions which are available. Okay. So I think that's where you can start, with one small, and then go to the other areas of business, how it can improve.
Hi, Sudhir. I'm Ramnath Shanba. I work at Ericsson. Thanks for the session. It was really amazing.
There are no PPT, so I think you have seen enough good PPTs from Mr. Pai.
No, that's a good thing. We could see you more than the PPT. So my question was, a lot of companies invest in pilots, especially with GenAI, right? And I'm sure you talked about 95% of the pilots failing. And wherever that investment has happened, right, especially trying to get some use cases done, my question was, a lot of companies have mostly focused on how to get operational efficiencies, how to be a little more effective than where they are, use their data to do a little better than what they were. Are you seeing any kind of transformational things that are happening, especially in the services space, right, where GenAI is making a case for change?
Okay, so the 4 or 5 cases use cases what I said are real ones. Okay, they are implemented already. Some of them are with the tools, some of them are with the educational institutions. Okay, so MIT, the medical research one is where MIT themselves are involved. It's not with any of the tools. Okay, so those are all real. So the way the larger organizations work is that, so they will have the portfolio of all the tools together available and go to the client. Okay, so of course, based on what kind of use case you are looking at as a client, the right tool and the right use case is taken with the time commitment. I mean, if you are looking at revenue upliftment or brand value improvement, it's a long term. If you look at a cost optimization part, where just-in-time selection, right, or the supply, so that's much faster. You can, in 1 quarter, maybe you can look at ROI, right? So the revenue improvements or the brand value is of course 1 year, 2 year, it's a pretty long one, but revenue improvements and all, you need at least 2 to 3 quarters to really realize and get the numbers in your balance sheet. But it takes a different time this one. So as I said, tools, using the right tools, that's important. And second is deciding on the timeline. No, we cannot be, I mean, in the same MIT report, one of the argument after that in the forums were, maybe they have not seen the right timeline on which they have to look at ROI. They looked at, pretty short, or maybe 6 months. 6 months is not the right time, because some of the use cases returns would be much later. So of course, the answer is yes, right tool and the right timeline to be seen. If I answered the question.
Sudhir, can I take a liberty by asking my question in Konkani?
Yeah, sure.
Because this is supposed to be a Konkani crowd.
Correct.
Okay. First of all, thanks. Barlai ko nulai to. Tugel topic buzz to reality. Tumgel company into AI implementation reality kasane. Yek. We are talking about job losses, 30%. Mukar sunani ke custom. तुमगेल अंतु कितने लॉसेस चला तुम न्यू हायर तुम न्यू सिलेबस डिफाइन करता ची म्हणून सांगले तुम्ही बट हायरिंग पॅटर्न कसं आहे आताचे चरडूवांक कसं त्यांनी शिकू का कसं त्यांनी ॲडॉप्ट कोण घेऊ का म्हळ्यार एक सेक्शन जन सांगताची एज्युकेशन इज इरिलेवंट म्हणून सांगताची बट तुम्ही बिगर कंपनीज आर स्टील हायरिंग पीपल सो वॉट इज युअर टेक ऑन दिस
Okay, so education is the base. Time irrelevant nahi tha. Of course, that is not the right thing to talk at all. But how Sangil mean the curriculum what they are getting into is we have to be very careful. Okay. So for example, IT, the number of seats are not much in IT or computer science. So must colleges and kasa kella mala taki ek split idilla. IT with AI, IT with data. IT with, so tank oppo seats meltas additional. But many of them, the curriculum finalized janite. But curriculum, nobody has vetted it. Okay, it's something where the best they think and they have worked it out. So when they come out of the college, it may not be relevant. So you have to select the right college and the right curriculum both ways. It should be very, very solid. I'm must computer science not like IT gave IT not like AI with IT, data with IT. So pura jane hota, but when the institutes or the firms like us, we go there and select, we look at what is the curriculum that they are going to follow. The CS, ask Munjala, CS, we know what is the kind of syllabus. And tajwairi ammi atta sangta sach malari these are the additional curriculum you should cover in the final year, which becomes easy for us to recruit. So thank karta asam. So I think it is not only us, everybody. As I said, it's a byproduct where the companies don't want to invest heavily on training. So more ready product is what we are looking at, one part. Gen AI adoption is very high. We are, I will talk only about the public information available. We have been investing more than 3 billion onto Gen AI, and our published results are also, says that more than 3.5 billion revenue already on the Gen AI part. So it is real. Of course, it has got problems. It is highly customized. We have to understand each customer's pain points separately. Their systems are different. Their data protection policies are different. So there's a long way to go, but it's real.
Hello, Sudhir. I have a question for you. So mainly in our generation, IT service companies were the biggest hirers. Like for freshers, maybe Infosys, Wipro, TCS, even Accenture. So you being in the IT services company, my question is, how is the scene looking for freshers? Because during our times, maybe 20 years back, there were, Infosys picking up 50,000 people, Wipro, 1 lakh, it used to be humongous. So going forward, what is the IT hiring for freshers? Because that is where the next generation needs to come. And second thing, from a GSB perspective, so our parents were mainly into banking and food industry. Like people my generation came into IT and CA and more of educational aspects. So next generation, my children onwards, maybe not IT, what is it that you would suggest as a career?
Okay. The third question is very difficult to answer, because I have not given any suggestion to my kids as well. So, okay. So, first on the recruitment side, it is definitely going to be much stricter, or only the cream would be taken up. Okay. The reason is, as I said again and again, we want people who can learn and deliver. There is no one curriculum which says that this will last you for next few years. It will be much smaller. Second is, the college what 30,000 to 40,000 get that might be reduced a lot. So it might be need based. Malari with all the macroeconomic situation, we have a visibility much shorter, maybe 1 quarter, 2 quarters, right? we don't have a visibility on what else Trump will come up tomorrow, right? So that's a big thing. So there's a commitment of like 30,000, 40,000 people will definitely reduce a lot. And the lot of people will be taken from the market directly with the right, a lot of interview filters. That is the next step which will happen. But in terms of numbers, I don't want to predict anything, you know, that's very dynamic numbers, but it is much more reduced. So that's I think it is much more. I mean, if you are looking at the numbers, it will be much more, because see, the other thing is the IT cost structure is on the pyramid side. What I mean is that, you know, you have to have the junior levels who have to do a repetitive work. Of course, that's changing with the Gen AI, but that's how, you know, unless you have the bottom, the juniors, which of course is the low cost for the company, the overall pyramid cost will be much higher. So it is required, and there is attrition, there are people moving out, there are people retiring, all those things are happening. So there will be, but it will be much more cautious approach going forward. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. So, सराला टॉकान म्हाका एक मस्त खुश जाल्ली म्हळ्यार हांव इतले पुरो इंट्रोड्यूस केल्लो लिडरशीप एक्रॉस कॉन्टिनेंट्स युरोप बिजनेस ग्रुप तांणी हांगा येवन फस्ट म्हळ्ळें म्हगेली आयडेंटिटी म्हळ्यार हांव कारकळचो म्हणून सो वी आर अ कम्युनिटी वीच जननी जन्मभूमीश्च स्वर्गादपि गरियसी म्हळ्यार आमकां आमगेलो मदरलँड कितले इम्पॉर्टंट म्हळ्यार मेनी ऑफ अस यू नो बिफोर आवर नेम्स वी हॅव अवर प्लेस नेम के उल्हास कामत माम इज कासरगोड उल्हास कामत माम सो यू नो हांव तांकांय निमगेलें वॉट डज द के इन युअर नेम स्टँड फॉर म्हूण सो वी आर द प्रॅक्टिकल एक्झाम्पल्स ऑफ हॅविंग दॅट लव फॉर अवर मदरलँड ऑल्सो सो थँक्यू सर अँड दॅट वॉज अ व्हेरी इन्साइटफुल टॉक वी कॅन नाव रियली कनेक्ट द डॉट्स ऑन हाव AI is becoming more and more of a reality every single day. To express our gratitude, I request CA Siddharth Sinkar to kindly step onto the dais and present a memento and rose to Sudhir Kudwa sir. We would also request you for a protocol photo of the moment.
Thank you all. Thank you.
We have a few announcements before we break. First of all, people on the right-hand side, you can go for the break now. And people on the left-hand side, please leave after 5 minutes. This is just to avoid the rush down so that everybody is comfortable. And the washrooms are on the first floor. And youngsters, you can take the stairs. You can find the stairs at the right side of the stage, backstage. Thank you. We go for a break now, and we get back at 5:30 sharp. Thank you.
brains of every device that we use, from our smartphones to supercomputers. And to talk about this wonderful journey of semiconductors, we have a highly distinguished and knowledgeable personality amongst us today. Being the MD at Infineon Technologies, he is responsible for country strategy, business, R&D, government relation, and ecosystem development. In a career spanning 34 years of diverse experience in semiconductors, consumer electronics, telecom and broadcasting industries, he has successfully handled multiple leadership roles in marketing and sales, new business creation, and innovation. He was also the chairman of India Electronics and Semiconductors Association during 2015. Ladies and gentlemen, join me with a thunderous round of applause as I invite onto the dais the most distinguished Shri Vinay Shanay to address the gathering on the topic of discussion, From Sand to AI, the Journey of Semiconductors.
Namaskaru Sakdanke. And this is where I'll stop with my Konkani, because then it starts to get worse. But probably I'll use some of my anecdotes in Konkani as I continue with my presentation. I have been in the semicon industry for about 34 years now, working for US multinationals, a Silicon Valley funded startup, as well as a Dutch company called Philips, and now with a German company called Infineon Technologies. So just brief background about this company. This is the 10th largest semiconductor company in the world, the world's largest automotive semiconductor company, from all the way in China to the US and any country in between, including Korea, India, from very big cars, Rolls Royces or Porsches, to our own Ola scooters or even Ather scooters. We have a product for everyone. We are also very large in security worldwide. Most of the cards that you guys carry in your pocket, bank credit card, debit card, or a health card, whatever it is that has a chip on it, we are the largest provider of chips for such applications, as well as security and IoT on the internet. We are one of the world's largest power semiconductor company, providing semiconductor solutions to entire power industry, from generation, hydroelectric stations from, let's say, northeastern part of India, whether it's hydroelectric or solar or wind, and then bringing that power to the central grid, let's say in Delhi, and then distributing across. And all the home appliances that you use at home today, a significant portion of power electronics that goes in comes from Infineon Technologies, whether you use a Samsung, an LG, or a Bosch or any other company. So what I will do in my hopefully 45 minutes of conversation with you, walk you through the journey of semiconductors and how critical it is, or how critical it has been for the last 5 decades in growing the global GDP up. Now, I heard some of us talking about why we should fear AI and the fear of losing jobs. I'll have a different take on it. And maybe I begin by demystifying AI as we see it as a product company. Let's begin with some disruptive changes that have happened in the world. During the Industrial Revolution, we learned how to create steam and pressurize steam. And when we knew how to pressurize steam, we could run engines. Steam engines, whether to carry you on a railroad. Some of the early steam engines were also used for driving cars or ships. Obviously, the people who used sailboats or used oars, like in the Roman Empire, to go from place A to place B, suddenly were afraid what will happen to ships like ours, who will use them. Because the steam engines and the steamboats were able to move around any time of the year. You don't have to depend on the winds, and you did not need people. And what that meant was you could scale up a lot more, go faster. Now, when you see such a disruptive change, and this is couple of 100 years ago, which is the beginning of the Industrial Revolution. People who have not been used to such technology or disruption were very afraid. All that this technology did was enhance global trade. So the GDP of the world only went up because there is so much unmet demand in the world today that's limited by what we can produce. If you are able to produce more, there is a bigger consumption outside. Let me take us forward in about 200 years ago, and let's look at Swiggy, Instamart, or Zepto, or Big Basket, or any of the food delivery agencies. The first reaction of every shopkeeper was, I'm going to lose my business, I have to shut down. Every restaurant said, who will come to my store, who will come to my restaurant to eat anymore if food is delivered home? Genuine fear. But how was the transformation? If you ask any restaurateur, owner, their revenue has only increased because now they have seen themselves with the same kitchen, same number of cooks. They are able to deliver to a lot more people. And this was enabled by this service called food delivery or home delivery of food. Or even now, many of the women, I'm sure, here suddenly realize in the morning we don't have onions, so let's use Zepto to order onions. It has created a big industry. The number of people that are employed in this industry is massive, and that's indicative of and the potential of that industry. And this transformation is evident in the market cap of some of these companies. So I think first we have to realize every transformation, of course, brings a certain phase when you do not know how to deal with it, a sense of fear. It is natural human tendency. However, very soon we realize that it just enables a much larger market of opportunities for every one of us. Will there be casualties? There definitely will be casualties. Those who refuse to adopt will be a victim of this transformation. So I compare it with AI. Now, since that's the topic, AI is a bull. Now you can say, how can I compete with the bull? And just give up and be trampled by the bull. The second attitude is, say, let me learn how to ride the bull and ride it. Because the productivity that the bull can give you in terms of its strength and its ability is far more than you can as an individual. So there are two perspectives. One, get trampled by the bull because you don't know how to deal with it. Second, learn how to deal with it and you can ride it and become a lot more productive. And I can tell you from a product perspective, as a global company serving multiple markets, and I'll come to that part later, we see only massive growth potential. The world's GDP is constrained because of its limitations, just like it was before the Industrial Revolution. Most of the economies were very local, hyper-local, because you could not move goods along longer distances. Now you see with steam, then oil, then petrol, now electric, a lot has changed and the global economy has only increased. India has only become richer. We're always afraid when technologies are introduced that question the purpose of people. And so far, we have not. I graduated in 1991, and those of you who come from a technology background will realize during those times we used to write an assembly code. And then came this computer, and you could write in a language like C or C++. We said, what took us about 15 days to develop and get it operational now could be done in about 7 minutes. There is obviously a fear. If you don't know how to use the new tool, you're afraid that you become redundant. And you will. The question is, do you learn how to ride the new way of working, new way of living, and then thrive and succeed? And that is what, with Swiggy, many of the restaurants have done to an extent where the demand is so large that people have opened dark restaurants where they don't cater to people, but it's just cloud kitchen as they call it. Because there was an unfulfilled need for hyper delivery or hyper local delivery, many of the shopkeepers who chose to shut down, looking at it as a threat only now realize that the number of dark stores that these companies have opened up, the hyper-local and fast food, fast delivery mechanisms, right? 10-minute deliveries. They're forced to open their dark stores because the actual stores that existed refused to adopt and say we will be part of this new revolution rather than fight it and feel like a victim. So I think with that context, let me, because I want to create some kind of a positive vibe, because I'm sure many of you in this room start to look at AI as a threat and say, okay, how can I escape this threat? Is there a way to run behind a wall and hide so that it doesn't affect me? But I can tell you it will affect every one of us. And depending on how you deal with it, it will only be positive and not negative. The question is, do you want to be under the hoofs of the bull or do you want to be on its back? That makes the big difference. But coming back, what I will talk about is primarily sand to silicon, because it's a topic that many of us have heard with Mr. Narendra Modi talking about semiconductors. And I can tell you it's not very difficult for me to go get a meeting with Mr. Narendra Modi, and I've met him just because semiconductor happens to be such a hot topic in this country. So maybe I give you a context of semiconductors before I jump into AI, and maybe before I go past the first slide, my 45 minutes are already over. But I think it's interesting to get the context before we jump into the details. Now, why is India so interested in semiconductors? And that too in the last 10 years. It's only because it's such a core technology that many countries are now weaponizing it. What it means is they decide to choose who they give access to this technology and who not to. And this technology is so critical, semiconductors as a core technology, that without it, very soon you could go back to antique ages, because the technology revolution is so rapid in semiconductors that within 5 years, if you don't have access to technology, you could as well be in Africa. Now you may say, yeah, we have so many people. Developing semiconductors is very easy. Yes, 20% of semiconductor talent worldwide resides in India, which is the capability to design semiconductors. But that is just one part. What we don't have in this country is the ability to manufacture what you design. If you have to be dependent on a US or a Europe or China or Taiwan or any part of Southeast Asia where there is a capability to manufacture, there's nothing you can do with the design that's on a computer, because to get it working, you have to implement it and manufacture it. Now you may say the title of this PowerPoint says sand. And those of you who are from South Canada may say, "Are Panambura on titlas samka sand makshi Surat kalanta." And what does it take? You just have to dig. And how difficult is it to convert? And I'll make it very simple for you guys how to go from sand to silicon. And I'll also tell you why since the last 60 years, this country has been trying to get semiconductor manufacturing for the last 60, 70 years. From the 1960s, from the time of Indira Gandhi, where I was even not born. It's been one difficult challenge. And now we have reached a point where we are becoming a global power, economic power. And we will, as this large country with great growth opportunities, there is only one thing amongst maybe some others that will stop us from growing, and that countries will try to stop us from growing unless we build this capability ourselves. I have been involved with the government since 2007 in bringing manufacturing to India, semiconductor manufacturing. So it's about 18 years. And without judging any company, Intel has been here for 30 years, employing 12,000 R&D engineers, so state-of-the-art microprocessors and CPUs get built here, AMD for example. I started my career with a company called Texas Instruments, one of the earliest or the earliest semiconductor company in India. And the company I work for now, Infineon, and before that with a company called NXP. There is no hesitation amongst any of the leadership in these companies to have R&D in India. That's one part. But for some reason, the same mentality and the same optimism does not go beyond design and R&D to manufacturing. The bigger challenge for technology companies is how to come up with creative solutions as you evolve, and how to protect the intellectual property that you develop here. Now, something as critical as design, where there is significant amount of creativity involved, everyone trusts this country. But the moment it comes to critical manufacturing, we haven't succeeded as a government. And I can tell you, Modi has visited almost every major semiconductor company in the world, headquarters in US, including Ashwini Vaishnava, and I've been working with this government since Mr. Dayanidhi Maran's time, and after that Kapil Sibal. And we still have not managed to get one large semiconductor company to set up a fab here. We can have a lot of discussions on why is this so. The same companies that trust us with far more valuable content, which is the creative part, why are they hesitant to set up manufacturing here and rather prefer to go to Malaysia, Indonesia, Philippines, Thailand? But that is not the point of the argument. This country needs to develop its own capability to design and manufacture, especially with the level of geopolitics that's going on right now. It's even difficult to use the word T now, the most powerful man on the earth. So earlier, about 6 months ago, my sister's friend, whose son went to the US, was about to get a job. And you read in the newspapers, H-1B visas will be limited, etc. So this woman very innocently said, "To kaso to karta sir, I won't take the name because this could be on internet and social media. So my son who studies in the US, I'm afraid will have to come back very soon." But and she spoke in English to her son. "What is this guy doing? I've sent you there spending 1 crore rupees for your masters, and now he says jobs are going to be difficult. Is he out of his mind? Ask him to return the money that I paid for your school fees if he does not offer you a job." So the son was very scared. He said, "Amma, don't speak in English because all of this is recorded. Someone may monitor this and I may have a repercussion." So she said, "Fine." She started speaking in Konkani. 3 months later, she was telling him, "Kaso yato galo, anika waita kartas mo." So he said, "Amma, amche kala nulu naka." He said, "But why? He doesn't understand English. Na AI la to kanchi bhasa nule, they will understand." And this is the disruption of AI in technology. I was just taking this joke to bring AI to the point. That this is the transformation that AI is creating. Coming back to the sand. It's something that you find abundantly everywhere. So ideally you would say when the raw material is available here, when iron ore is available here, you can build steel or any other ores, the natural minerals. You tend to forward integrate and set up factories here so that you can deliver more value-added products or value-added services. And this very simple, something that you hold in your hand, you throw away. Would you imagine that this is the starting point for the smartphone you have in your pocket, the television you have at home, the laptop if you have that you operate, home appliances, cars, and now artificial intelligence. Every part of artificial intelligence is driven by semiconductors. And I'll come to that point later. But it may sound unbelievable. How can something as simple as sand can create such sophisticated product like semiconductors? And I'll tell you what makes it sophisticated as well. From a very common material or the most common material on the earth to perhaps the most valuable resource in the digital age. Everything runs on semiconductors. If there's no semiconductors, there's no AI. And I make this statement because I studied AI 32 years ago. It was all on paper. 600-page book we mastered. How to implement AI. But there's no way to implement AI because the computing power required is so massive that until 5 years ago, we did not have the ability to put that in practice. 2020 is when this transformation began with the generative AI. Now, why, when you talk about AI, no one actually thinks about semiconductors. It's an afterthought. So when I was asked by Shanbag here, I said, come and talk about AI. I said, but everyone else is talking about AI from an application perspective, from platforms. But it's important for all of you to realize that that is just on paper and a hype unless there is semiconductors. And I'll come to that part also later. So what I'll do, I'll be supported by a video because conversations can get boring. It's evening on a Saturday and with all the goli bajo and samosas around, it's difficult to keep awake. So we'll switch to a video very soon. Can you go to the next slide, please? Not the video, but the next slide. Good. And this is the point I was making. Wherever you are, at home or on the move, you may not carry your wife along with you or husband along or your children. Or sometimes you forget your medicine as well, because I see not every one of us in this room is young anymore. So we do carry medicines with us, but you may forget the medicine, but you never forget your phone. It's become more indispensable than your spouse. Now, how can something like this be driven by semiconductors, but people don't talk about it because it's the invisible part of technology. You don't see what's inside. You see the phone, you see the display, but you don't see the semiconductors inside. And that is what I will demystify now. What happens to sand? What we do is we heat it at a very high temperature. It becomes silicon dioxide. We purify it, crystallize it. Now, until now, it's very simple English that I speak. And once we have what is called as an ingot, which is circular, cylindrical, we slice them into very thin wafers. And that becomes the canvas for all the intelligence that we put in the next step. So this is the first step that does not need any intelligence on it. That still does not carry intelligence, but it's like a painting canvas. You need a canvas to start painting. You can decide what you want to paint, which is the design part that I spoke about, which we are very strong in as a country. But you need the canvas first. And this canvas is the wafer. What is the next step? Now on that canvas, you have to, as a company that is into semiconductors, build intelligence. Because it's just a flat piece of, it's like a brick. You have to be able to use it to produce something that provides intelligence. A chip for the smartphone, a chip for the display. Now, this is where it gets very complicated. So you may say, sand was easy, but what's complicated here? The basic building block of a semiconductor is called a transistor. Now, those of you who have used radios about 35, 40 years ago would remember transistor was actually a radio. I mean, we called it a transistor radio, but that has a different connotation, but the function is the same. Today's chips, and let me take the NVIDIA processor because that's the darling of the semiconductor industry, and I'll talk about it a little more. On a single piece of silicon, on a wafer, which measures 3 centimeters by 3 centimeters. This is the actual dimension. We are able to place more than 200 billion of these building blocks. Take it as a brick for those of you who are not aware about technology as much. It's a building block. Just take the building block that creates intelligence when you connect them very intelligently. And they are connected because they're just sitting there as bricks, but you have to build something out of them. You have to connect them. These connections and the transistor that I talk about are built with the thinness, the miniaturization of this device is 20 times smaller than the virus that affected us 5 years ago. 20 times smaller. And if you pluck your hair, I mean, we struggle a little bit, but let's say those that have a lot of hair, you pluck one, the line that we draw on the using metal on this chip is 40,000 times thinner than the thickness of your hair. 40,000 times thinner. 20 times smaller than the virus that you, perhaps the smallest living organism, or even it's not a living organism, but so think of transistors as residents, as people like us on this chip of 3 centimeters by 3 centimeters, and we have to talk to each other. Talk to each other in microseconds. Not just talk to one another as neighbors, we do, but we also have to be able to talk to the other 199,999,000,000 other transistors. Now, such a complexity on a 3 centimeter by 3 centimeter chip can only happen when you go 20-25 levels above. So imagine building roads that are 20 stories high, that can connect many of these 200 billion transistors or individuals with each other. The complexity of the process is what makes it such an expensive industry. And you have to be able to have these chips operational for all the 200 billion transistors and the connections. Only 6 in a million can fail. 6 in a million of these parts can fail using such complex processes. Now that is what makes semiconductors so interesting, so difficult, and why this technology is so fiercely protected by certain countries that they don't want to share it with others. So with this, I will take a break and we switch to the video. I think it's a very interesting video. Just builds on what I already mentioned to you. And then I'll come to the economics of a semiconductor fab and why it's not easy for any one of us to build. You can play.
It is possibly the most revolutionary invention of the last 50 years. Since they were invented, microchips have evolved and have become electronic superbrains, capable of performing over 1 billion calculations per second. Creating these extraordinary miniature electronic brains is one of the most complex tasks ever done. But how are silicon microprocessors made? Discover the amazing process of producing billions of microchips in a semiconductor factory. Modern microprocessors contain billions of transistors on a single chip, and most electronic devices today use them. In 1958, the inventor of integrated circuits, Jack Kilby, managed to put a single transistor in his design. The latest generation uses nearly 1 billion transistors, and according to Moore's law, this number doubles every 2 years. This company produces 70 billion microchips a year, which are used in many devices from washing machines to smart cars, and each one of them is a miracle of miniature manufacturing. A processor works thanks to the circuits of millions of individual components called transistors. The more transistors we put on a chip, the faster and more powerful it will be. In this amazing and futuristic-looking factory, silicon sheets are produced, which are the foundation of all modern microchips. The substrates for microchips are made from quartz sand and are called silicon wafers. Silicon possesses distinctive characteristics due to its classification as a semiconductor. This means that depending on how it's treated, silicon can either conduct or block electric currents. It is this property that makes it perfect as a support for the millions of tiny transistors needed to make a modern microprocessor. The problem is that since these transistors are so small, the silicon base on which they rest has to be completely perfect. It took decades to perfect the manufacturing process of silicon with a perfect monocrystalline structure. To manufacture these wafers, a huge single crystal is extracted from the melted mass of purified silicon. It starts with polycrystalline silicon, which is heated to about 1420 degrees Celsius inside a special sealed oven. This oven has been purged with argon gas to eliminate air. The melted silicon we get is spun in a crucible. The result is a silicon crystal that weighs about 200 kilograms and has a diameter of about 200 millimeters. The crystal is so strong that it supports its entire weight with a single thread that is 3 millimeters thick. So after several tests with chemicals and X-rays, it is put into a silicon wafer cutter. This 10-ton cable saw uses a network of very thin cables that move very quickly to produce silicon wafers. They are only 2/3 of a millimeter thick with a purity of 99.9%. But once cut, microscopic marks have been left on the surface, so they must be polished through a process called lapping. But even after going through this modern polisher, the sheets are not smooth enough, so they have to be polished again through a chemical process. The result is silicon wafers with a surface roughness of less than 0.1 nanometers. Already completely polished, they are now finally ready to start with the circuit design. Using computer-aided design software, engineers create the detailed design of the circuit. Once the circuit design is completed, a thorough verification is carried out to ensure it meets the required specifications. 25 wafers are packed in a completely sealed container and sent on a journey that will take them through hundreds of manufacturing steps. Placing millions of transistors on these small sheets is the job of chip manufacturers. The problem for this factory is that these transistors are about 200 times smaller than a red blood cell, and making something so small is a huge production challenge. Fortunately, there's a machine that does it. It's a photolithography machine, and it can print billions of transistors on silicon wafers every hour. Before entering the machine, each plate is covered with a liquid that reacts to light. This is what is called the photoresist, and it reacts to light like the film of a camera in a dark room. The photoresist is a chemical agent, very sensitive to light. That's why this room has a yellow light. Otherwise, normal daylight would spoil the plate. Photolithography techniques project circuit structures onto semiconductor wafers, similar to the way images are transferred in slide projection. The machine emits a laser that crosses the designed plane of a transistor and engraves it on the silicon plates. Just like in a photo, this leaves an image of the transistor on the plate. When the chemical is removed, the design remains like a photographic image. However, to place all components on the sheet, it must be done layer by layer. To complete the process, the sheets undergo the same cycle multiple times, typically repeating between 15 and 40 cycles. Transistors are built level by level, like mini skyscrapers, which results in hundreds of microchips, each of which has more than 1 billion transistors. The challenge is to double the number of transistors on a chip every 2 years to meet the demand for increasingly powerful devices and computers. The biggest challenge for engineers is finding new ways to improve the laser beam that engraves the shape of each transistor. They discovered that by passing the laser beam through a layer of water, similar to sunlight passing through a magnifying glass, they can significantly increase the beam's intensity. This innovative approach allows for the reduction of transistor dimensions to about 5 times smaller than the smallest bacteria. However, building machines that rely on this level of precision is a nightmare. It takes 3 months to assemble and test the 800 circuits, 1,300 cables, and 400 boards that make up these water-enhanced machines for making transistors. The finished product will help produce smaller and more powerful microchips. Working at this microscopic scale poses a significant challenge for microchip manufacturers. When a transistor has a width of only 1,000th of a millimeter, the smallest particle of dust can cause a short circuit. A single particle landing in an area can destroy a chip. So before workers get to work in the factory, they must put on the protective suit. The manufacturing process takes place in a clean room of almost 18,000 square meters. Thanks to 12,000 tons of air conditioning equipment, the air in this room is a lot cleaner than that in an operating room. Every employee must take an air shower every time they enter a clean room to remove invisible particles of dirt and dust. The entire air inside the factory is refreshed every 2 minutes, making it 10,000 times cleaner than outside air. Copper dominates the next step of the process. The thinnest interconnecting wires join billions of separate transistors to form the integrated circuits. Before that happens, cleaning is essential for wafers, as particles lurk at every stage of the manufacturing process. Before pouring copper into the trenches for interconnections, a barrier layer is applied to help prevent short circuits and ensure reliability. Then the trenches are filled with copper. The leftover copper is ground down to the edges of the trenches, isolating each interconnection from the others. In 2 months, the wafer is ready. While individual conductors within the integrated circuits are typically measured in micrometers or millimeters, the cumulative length of all conductive traces can extend over several kilometers. These intricate circuits connect 100 billion transistors on numerous levels, all within a space no larger than a fingernail. The finished silicon sheets carry up to 1,000 different microchips and over 4 trillion circuit components. Now, they just need to be cut and trimmed, and the long journey from being sand to a circuit board will be complete. The final step in microprocessor production is chip encapsulation. To prepare for this step, tin and silver granules are applied to the wafer. These will bond the chip to the frame. What was once a pile of worthless sand can now be sold for hundreds of dollars per gram, showcasing the remarkable transformation in semiconductor manufacturing.
Thank you. Now, a couple of points on this video. There was some technology part, you don't have to remember it. One, you did not observe too many people. Most of it was automated and using robots. Let me give you an example of the factories that we have as a company. A factory, let's say a typical factory for our kind of business is about 24,000 crores. One factory, 24,000 crores. Employs 500 people. Just 500 people. And at the end of the third year, it generates a revenue of more than 20,000 crores per year. And that's a dynamic. It's the massive investments and the technology obsolescence. At the fifth year, we have to invest again $3 to $5 billion for the next generation of technology. Unlike many other industries where you have equipment that can last you 20 years, and with very little change, you can continue to produce and be successful. And that's what makes this industry very difficult to enter. One, the labor arbitrage is very less in this industry for manufacturing. So you cannot say, okay, labor is available cheap in this country, so why don't you set up manufacturing here? And that's one reason why India is not necessarily a destination for manufacturing, because the labor arbitrage is minimal. Second is the level of automation. What you saw there, the air quality is at least 1,000 times purer than an operating room, an operations room in a medical hospital. And that's the reason why we avoid humans, because humans tend to move in and out and they carry dust. And you see the amount of effort it takes. And these factories have to run 365 days a year, 7 days a week, 24 hours per day. If the factory is running less than 85% utilization, it's a loss-making factory. So you see the demand on such an industry, you need to have power all the time. 99.97% uptime of power has to be guaranteed before any international company will decide to set up its factory in India. Today we are not able to provide that kind of a guarantee. But now Ahmedabad is able to do so. Gujarat is able to do so. And that's the reason you see most of the manufacturing in semiconductors is going towards Gujarat. It's not because of Mr. Modi, it's because of what he did since 2014 to attract this industry into India. I'm not political in that sense, but I'm just talking about a political leader who tried to bring about a change with his vision. So let's move on to the next one. Next slide, please. Okay, it's in my hand. Now you may say, okay, this is such a big industry. You know how big this semiconductor industry is? It's about $600 billion in annual revenue. It's a lot of money. If you multiply it by 8,000 into 600, you will get it in crores. Maybe 4,80,000 crores or even 48 lakh crore rupees is the annual turnover. Does not employ too many people. The second challenge that I talked about, the geopolitics of semiconductors, unlike many other industries, you have large number of companies all over the world that contribute to this ecosystem or the industry. But if you take semiconductor industry, the equipment that you saw that were used to produce semiconductors, the state of the art is in the hands of 4 companies in the world. The ones that you see on top here, let me see if I can. ASML, Applied Materials, KLA, Tencor, and Lam Research. ASML is a Dutch company, Applied Materials, American, Lam Research, American. So guess which country decides to decide who gets this technology and who does not. And if you don't get access to this technology, you cannot build a plant at all. Number two, the manufacturing. You have choice of either manufacturing it yourself or outsourcing your manufacturing, which many companies do. So they're called fabless or fab-based. We are, as a company, we have our own factories mostly, but there are many companies, and the darling of semiconductor industry today, NVIDIA, does not have a single factory. They outsource their manufacturing because they just can't afford to invest in their own manufacturing, not from a cost perspective, but they're not able to catch up with technology because it's held very closely with a few companies. TSMC is the most advanced foundry. They are a contract manufacturer for all the state-of-the-art. Apple manufactures all its products, the semiconductor devices, with TSMC, NVIDIA, AMD, for example. So many of the companies, including us, we use this, and that is in Taiwan. And that's where, again, geopolitics plays a role. Taiwan is a hotbed now. 30% of the semiconductors manufactured in the world, irrespective of which country the semiconductor design came from, whether it's a US or German company, it has to be manufactured in Taiwan. Now imagine what would happen if there was a conflict over this country, small country. The world would lose access to this manufacturing capability. 33% of the world's semiconductor manufacturing is in this one factory called TSMC that's based in Taiwan. I don't talk about others. I think some of you who have children here in India or abroad would know some of these companies. You know, about 10 years ago or 5 years ago, when someone's child would go abroad and they're ready to get a job, the parent, child would say, "Amma maka hang kaam melda." So, Google agare kaam, Google kaam asre, Meta avasa, or Facebook, or Apple avasa. But today everyone talks about NVIDIA. And people are proud when they say, "Miguel Putu, NVIDIA kaam karta." Nobody talks about Apple and Google anymore. And I'll tell you why very soon. Sorry, we are running out of time, but this is a very small universe of semiconductors. It is very difficult to democratize this industry because the entry barriers are extremely high. And especially with AI, it starts to become a lot more critical to some countries that want to have control over how AI is deployed worldwide and which countries get access to AI, because AI then improves your productivity by not just 3x, 2x, but 10x, 20x, 30x. And what was not possible earlier is now possible. You also hear about AI on the edge. That for many of you, AI means go to ChatGPT or WhatsApp ant tumka English. If your English is not good or you want to write in formal English, you type and then there is a tool that supports you to correct your English and write in a nice way. Suddenly everyone looks like Shakespeare on WhatsApp. But that's what you experience on a day-to-day basis. But that's a very small part. The bigger part is the drones, the robots, that will again further increase the productivity in factories or healthcare, for example. This is the bigger step of AI, where you start seeing it in your day-to-day life. Today, AI you don't see, you just use it on your computer or on your phone. But very soon, you will see humanoid robots, as we call them, the one on your left. And that needs a lot of AI to take decisions. Even to balance itself, it needs AI. To us, it looks simple, but in the real world, for machines like this, it's not easy. Imagine this could become a military soldier. And countries are trying to develop it, especially our neighbor. So we have to also build this capability, and that's why when people talk about jobs asigina janaka AI Larry, this creates an absolute new opportunity for every young engineer here to develop this technology here in India. everything that you need for developing this humanoid robot is available. The government has worked very hard to focus on motors, to materials, to electrics, to electronics, you name it. Now we need people with an entrepreneurial capability. For deep tech, funds have been always difficult in the past because the technology risk is very high and hence the chance of failure is very high. Our venture capitalists and private equity companies have been very focusing on e-commerce companies because the risk is low. Your profitability is purely a function of scaling. Whereas with technology companies, there is a risk of failure. And hence, the risk appetite of venture capitalists and private equity firms in India especially has been very low. And this is changing now. And the government is taking the first step. The government has created a $3 billion fund for funding deep techs. I think this is a big opportunity for whoever sees AI as a threat. Here is your opportunity to leverage it and make things bigger for this country and also can become an export-oriented unit here. Because we are running short of time, AI on the edge is for industry, for smart factories, for drones, autonomous vehicles, security and surveillance. You know, this country has been dependent on cameras and surveillance cameras for people detection, identification, face recognition based on Chinese technology, and the government is now pulling all of those cameras out and replacing them with Indian cameras. Imagine if every one of these individuals who walks on the street can be recognized and that information goes elsewhere. An adversarial country can spot every individual in this country and decide what to do with them because they know exactly where they are. So this is a big step, and I can happily say we are involved in, the government is placing an order for about, I think, 30 lakh surveillance cameras installed all over the country that will be purely indigenous with the ability AI integrated that can recognize people. When people are hurt or fall on the street, this can raise an alarm through the nearest ambulance, so no one has to call them. They can go and get medical help. So this entire technology is being developed in India, and I think you should see this as an opportunity. The corporate you're working for may not have a job for you. But then on the other side, it creates many more opportunities for you that you should keep looking around. And this is what I meant by either you can feel like a victim and get trampled by the bull, or ride the bull. And this is your new bull now for all those who are looking for a job or looking to leverage AI for yourself. Of course, you have to learn it. If you're not adept at AI, you have to learn. You have to learn how to ride the bull, how to hold it by its horns and get it to do what you want it to do. And I think this is a big opportunity for us as Indians. Coming to NVIDIA, my last slide perhaps. Sorry, I take a little more time. This is a company that's 35 years old. For those of us who used desktops and laptops long ago, this company provided graphics processor because some of these video capabilities was not possible by the Intel CPU at that time. So this was like an addendum, a sidekick to the main processor until 2015. And then they suddenly realized, along with OpenAI, that this processor is very, very, very efficient in training AI algorithms. I won't go to what does it mean to be training an AI algorithm or even inferencing. And from 2015 to 2025, round it off to 20 billion to 4,000 billion. The company's valuation has gone up by 200 times in 10 years. 200 times. This is the richest company today in the world by market cap, ahead of Microsoft, Apple, Google, Meta, you name it. Another point of reference for you, the entire Indian publicly listed companies is about the same value as this one company. Add up the BSE and NSE, all the companies that are listed from NSE 50, NSE Next 50, mid cap, small cap. Put them all together. All the publicly listed companies today have a market cap equivalent to this one company. So now you know how significant AI is and will be. And today there is only one company that can provide this technology, the semiconductor technology, and that's NVIDIA. Of course, Intel is dead. AMD will probably be there in 2 years' time. Google has its own chip. Apple has its own chip. But they're at least 5 to 7 years behind NVIDIA. So for the next 5 years, NVIDIA will be the company to go, and don't be surprised when it goes to $10 trillion in 5 years. That's the speculation and the forecast right now. $10 trillion for a single company. It's a small company, it's not a big company. It's what they're able to deliver and transform rather than the size of the company. And that's the impact of semiconductors. If you take all the other AI platforms and software, no one can come close. Do these guys develop AI algorithms? No. But without these guys, AI is just a piece of paper that I said. And that's the reason why they're where they are. I had another topic on energy. But if you guys can give me 5 minutes, I'll do it. Otherwise, I end. Yeah? Okay. This is fine. We said semiconductors is the foundation for AI. The biggest, I don't know if I, can you move to the next slide? Okay, next one. Okay. Now, this is a bigger challenge. If I talk to you about semiconductors as a big challenge, this is a bigger challenge because to run AI processors, we put them in a data center. Many of you have heard of data centers. So these are data centers with AI workloads, which are only doing AI related work. No, it's okay, we stay on this one. Let's go to, let's say, the next the chart on the right side, and you go to this horizontal axis of 2029. The amount of energy required worldwide just to power AI servers worldwide, just AI servers worldwide, will be equal to or more than India produces in a year as energy. Now this is again where you have the haves and have-nots. How many countries will have the ability to provide the required energy at the right level of uptime, 99.97%, to host these AI servers? Very few countries in the world. And now while many people are not thinking about semiconductors, I can tell you governments are still not thinking about the power required to power AI. Can you help me with this pointer? Fix it. Okay. This is a typical rack in a data center. In 7 years' time, and I think Shanbag will understand, each of these racks, which are just about 3 feet wide and 7 feet long, will need 1 megawatt of power. 1 megawatt. So a typical data center in 2030, one building will require 1 gigawatt of power. One building, 1 gigawatt of power. Today, in no country is the grid ready to deliver 1 gigawatt of power to a single building. In Karnataka, if I have to set up a company and I need more than 7.5 megawatts of power for the building, the State Power Transmission Corporation tells me you have to set up your own transformer, you have to set up your own substation, and that requires half an acre of land. How can we deliver 1 gigawatt of power to one building? Impossible. So the grid is not ready in most countries. So even if we are ready with AI, even if we can develop semiconductor chips, even if we are able to manufacture them, even if you are able to host data centers, we have, most countries in the world have no ability to deliver power, simple power to this. And that is a bigger challenge, and this will only limit how quickly AI will get deployed in the world. So it's not the chips, it's not the people, it's not the technology. It's being able to provide this humongous power that's required. But we will get over that very soon. And we are actively working on this technology. We as a company are working, and all this power is consumed by the NVIDIA processor. So if you want to find a to put a blame on one company, you can use NVIDIA as the company to blame. But they are the ones that are consuming this humongous amount of power in their AI servers. And that's how energy inefficient this whole AI industry is at this point in time. It's very power hungry. Power hungry from a simple power, not from any computing power. Simple electrical power. And with this I stop. I hope I was able to give you a very broad perspective. And what's critical here? Now you see there are so many unmet demands, right? There's so much of demand on so many aspects of AI. Why fear? You just have to reorient, realign yourself, be an entrepreneur, think creatively, and when one door closes, the other one will definitely open. And I can tell you, for every one door that closes, AI will offer 10 more doors to access. So thank you very much. I can take some questions if you guys allow me.
Hi sir, my name is Ankita. While I run a small restaurant in Bangalore, my question to you with respect to AI is, I know when you set up a data center, it requires, like you said, power is one thing, but there's also a requirement of significant amount of cooling solutions for a data center because of the amount of power it consumes and therefore the output of heat it generates. How sustainable would it be in terms of adopting AI in everything that we do in the future? Given, I mean, India is maybe not even prepared for it, like you mentioned, but even in other countries, how sustainable with adoption of AI in everything can the world in its environmental form be able to accommodate the requirement of so much power, so much cooling solutions? That's my question.
You just stole my one slide that I did not want to go ahead because we were running out of time. With this amount of humongous energy that we need to generate, electrical power, if you continue to use thermal, gas, or any non-renewable sources, you will not be sustainable. This is not a sustainable way to deal with it. And we still have not figured out, is nuclear power the way to go? Because you have only 5 years to catch up on power. The technology is available, you can deliver it, but you can't power it. Simply switching on the lights is a challenge. Everything else will work. Now, who will provide a sustainable source of power? It has to be solar, it has to be wind, it has to be hydroelectric, or it has to be nuclear, but and it has to work in the night also when there is no sunlight. And how do you combine these to deliver 99.97 uptime of power to these power-hungry AI servers is a challenge that we all are struggling with. Luckily today, the conversion efficiency, we call it power utilization effectiveness of a data center. There is still a lot of efficiency that we can extract. So that we are working on as a company. We are, like I told you, we are working with NVIDIA on this technology. But there is an end to it. So the only way we can grow is solar, and this is where I have recommended to the government to look at this as an opportunity for India, that we can host data centers for the world. Because you have massive amounts of solar insolation in Rajasthan, Gujarat, and we have companies with deep pockets like Adani and Reliance. I have spoken with them also that they should consider this as a business model. But if you can get this done, then we have a very attractive ability to spawn data centers for AI with heavy AI workloads in India. And that also gives us some technology resilience for ourselves. Yep, thank you.
Vinay,
thank you, sir.
I have a...
Yeah, so you have to take this offline. We have an informal networking dinner. Sir will be available for every one of you. So thank you. And
thank you very much, guys. Yeah, sorry that we ran out of time.
Sir, just be here, sir. Thank you, sir. You explained the process in such a simple manner that I really know what a semiconductor means now. And the moment, after you told all that process, the moment you told that Taiwan produces 30% of the global requirement, suddenly all the geopolitics also became clear. So thank you so much for putting it in such an easy manner. And now we know that, we just discard old phones when we no longer use them. Now we know how much effort goes in making even a phone. That was really a resourceful talk. And now I also know why Mangalore is aptly named as the Silicon Beach of India, because that's true in every sense of the word. To express our gratitude, I request Vaibhav Varerkar ma'am, who has come here from Mumbai, he is also one of our directors, to kindly step onto the dais and present a memento and a rose to Vinay Shane sir. We would also request you for a protocol photo of the moment.
Entrepreneur. He founded Value Point System in 1991 and built it into one of India's leading firms in cybersecurity, cloud, and digital infrastructure, later becoming part of the USD 2.1 billion global enterprise, Noventic. Beyond business, he is deeply committed to social causes and as an investor and mentor. He actively supports startups in AI, cybersecurity, and emerging technologies. Please join me in welcoming our moderator, Mr. R.S. Shanba.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor to invite the first panelist of this esteemed panel onto the dais, a truly remarkable leader, the Chief Operating Officer of Operations at Delivery for the last 6 years. He has been responsible for driving the company's business, operations, and financial strategy. His leadership played a pivotal role in Delivery scaling up from scratch to its current position as India's largest supply chain player. He is also a promoter director of one of my favorite brands, Ace Foods Private Limited, which manufactures and markets branded snacks, Modern Kitchens. We all know that brand. He's a graduate of NITK Surathkal and IIM Bangalore. Please join me in welcoming Shri Ajit Pai onto the dais.
Our next panelist, we are privileged to have with us a seasoned leader with over 3 decades in healthcare and life sciences. He is the founder of Prameya Health, managing director of Cyrus, and chairman designate of Meta Omnics. In his journey, he has co-founded Lotus Labs, led Vikram Hospital, and guided the establishment of Rashtrottana Hospital, while serving on the boards of several healthcare, biotech, and IT ventures. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Sudhir Pai.
Our next panelist is a distinguished figure whose involvement and contribution towards the tech world is nothing short of remarkable. He is a parallel entrepreneur who started 3 companies, Robosoft Technologies, Global Delight, and 99 Games, of which Technopro of Japan acquired Robosoft in 2021 for more than $100 million. Having a steady belief that mobile gaming is the next growing opportunity in India, he is actively involved in growing 99 Games. He has also founded WorkWork, a premium workspaces brand for emerging hubs in India. He is the founding member of TIE Bengaluru and lead industry anchor of KDM Mangaluru cluster. Please join me in welcoming Shri Rohit Bhatt onto the dais.
Next on the panel, we are delighted to welcome a technology leader with over 2 decades of expertise in building high-volume B2C systems, distributed platforms, and enterprise software. He has been behind major products such as Walmart's global e-commerce fulfillment platform, GoIbibo, Intuit's monetization platform, and Angel One's platform, where he currently serves as the CTO. An innovator at heart, he advises startups, has authored books on Golang and Microsoft Virtual Server, holds patents in fintech, and is an active contributor to open source initiatives. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Jyoti Swarup Pai Raikar.
सगळ्यांक नमस्कारो. सो भारी खुशी जाता असा 2 घंट्याच्यान ऑन डॉट स्टार्ट केलं आणि एव्हरी सेशन आम्ही एक 2, 3, 5 मिनिट मात्र चढ कमी केलं बट हे ಒಟ್ಟು टाइम आरचलच्या कारण तुम्हीची कित्याक म्हळ्यार इतले पेशन्स आरी प्रत्येक स्पिकरांक तुम्ही एनकरेज केलं. आम्ही थोडे क्वेश्चन आन्सर सेशन उणी केलं बिकॉज टाइम मेंटेन करका आणि 8 घंट्याक आम्ही हे सेशन क्लोज करका. देवस्थानांत पूजे वर्क स्टार्ट जाता तशी जेवणा वर्क अरेंज केलं आणि खंयचे तुमगेले डाउट्स क्लॅरिफिकेशन असल्यारी आम्ही तुमकां कसन नेक्स्ट स्टेप्स कशी तुम्ही स्पिकर्सांक क्वेश्चन्स निवडूं येता तांगेले आन्सर घेव येता ते ಒಟ್ಟು स्टेप्स सांगताची. सो दनपार दाखून आम्ही मुवी कशी रेडी करचे कसल बॅकग्राऊंडान जाता कितले म्हयने घेता प्रोडक्शन म्हळ्यार कसं नाही प्रत्येक विशय आमकां आमगेले समाजाचे व्हेरी प्रॉमिनंट स्पिकर्सान आमकां सांगून दिलाय. आत्तां मुवी पळोवया खंयचे आमगेले प्रॅक्टिकल सिच्युएशन्सान तूं खंय आमगेले ट्रान्जॅक्शन्सान तूं AI कशी इम्पॅक्ट जाता आसा कशी बॅकग्राऊंडान वर्क जाता आसा. सो ते आमकां सांगच्याक व्हेरी प्रॉमिनंट स्पीकर्स हॅव कम. एक कॉमन character of the speakers here today is there. Most of them have AI in their name only. Ajit Pai, Sudhir Pai and Jyoti Swarup Pai. हांव आणि रोहित भट मात्र अंतुनाची आम्ही we are in real intelligence. तांनी ಒಟ್ಟು artificial intelligence. हांव AI म्हूण आयकल्लें मे बी एक 10-12-13 वर्सां फुडें म्हाका फस्ट मनांत आयिल्लें AI म्हणलें की कसं नाही म्हणून. द नियरेस्ट आय कूड रिलेट AI फॉर आई म्हळ्यार अम्मा. सो तांतोरक A आनी Y आनी E आनी आसा. सम पीपल रायट different formats. So आईक आनी AI कसं नाही सिमिलॅरिटीज मस्त आसा. हांव विचार करता आसता केन्ना तरी एक पंत रायटअप बरो कॉमन आशिल्लो. आज एक अवकाश मेळ्ळो. जस्ट वॉन्टेड टू शेअर आफ्टर द हेवी डोसेज ऑफ सेमीकंडक्टर म्हळ्यार कसं नाही म्हणून म्हळ्यार आजी आमगेले CA प्रतीक्षा पैन सांगिल्लें सँडाक आनी सेमीकंडक्टराक कसो संबंद म्हणून. पाप तिका गोत्तू नाशिल्लें सेमीकंडक्टर्स आर क्रिएटेड आउट ऑफ सँड म्हणून म्हळ्यार. सो तशी मस्त डोसेज जाल्या. सो आय जस्ट थॉट बिफोर आय गो टू मॉडरेट द पॅनल आईक आनी AIक कसो संबंद आसा म्हणून. आमगेले आई म्हळ्यार एफेक्शनेट इंटेलिजन्स. आर्टिफिशियल न्ही एफेक्शनेट इंटेलिजन्स. आय फील शी इज द सोर्स ऑफ AI फॉर ऑल ऑफ अस. AIs are always working in the background. They are not tired. 24/7 वर्क करता. न्हिदल्यारी वर्क करता आसता भायर गेल्यारी वर्क करता आसताची तशीची आई म्हळ्यार वर्क तशी. केन्ना चेडवाल बदलला बामणाल बदलला प्रत्येक विशयान ती शी इज ऑलवेज थिंकिंग अबाउट हर near and dear ones. आणि AI will predict म्हणता नवा तशी आई वर्क प्रेडिक्ट करता चरणवा कसं जाऊ का बामणा कसं जाऊ का. If you see many aspects, I will not go in detail, but तुम्ही थिंक करायची आई कनी AI कसं नाही similarities असा म्हणून. So it's always that 24/7 working for AI versus AI 24/7. Both are not tired, right? So with that, let me begin, the session. So I request each of the panel speakers here to quickly introduce about your current role in the business that you're in, and then I will get into the further questions. So I request Ajit Bhai Mam to start. Yeah.
Thank you. So I currently with delivery, while I've done on different roles, what I spend a lot of my time doing now is in terms of figuring out where should the company go, from a perspective of what do we invest in, whether it's on technology, whether it's in the products that we need to create for different kinds of customers. Logistics is a very vast field, and any company in logistics typically specializes in a few things. Where delivery has stood out over the last 10 years is that every 3 to 4 years we have launched a new segment and scaled it. And typically when you do that, there's a lot of thinking in terms of how your network should work, how should things move in the network, how does it impact the businesses that you have currently. So I'll spend a lot of time understanding that, helping create that network, and ultimately helping deliver what we've promised. So that's my role.
Great to know that. Sudhir.
Thank you, Shanbhag, for this opportunity. It's an honor to be here and addressing all of you. I'm a chartered accountant. My name is Sudhir. I'm a chartered accountant. But for some reason or the other, I've been in the pharma, clinical research and hospital industry for all my life. I've set up about 8 startups, exited successfully in this area itself. Even for a journey, when you look at medicine, it starts with development, then trials, and then coming into the market. So I've been in all the 3 areas, and I've got some fantastic experience. I've been running startups, exiting out till about 2018. After that, I'm a consultant. I help people through their journeys. I help them scale, help them exit, so on and so forth. Today, I sit on the board of about 4 companies. 3, one is healthcare, one is clinical research, one is in or we call it metabolomics, or you can just call it metaomics. And then cybersecurity services company as well. So that's my journey.
Yeah. Thank you, Sudhir. Rohit.
So I'm the CEO of 99 Games. We design and develop and market mobile games sitting in Udupi. Our office is in Udupi. The conceptualize, design, marketing, and the games are played outside the country. Most of our customers are from US and Europe. I also in the Udupi Mangalore circuit, I also work on encouraging companies to come back and set up their IT infrastructure projects or IT projects or IT companies in our region. Okay, and we also through TAI Mangaluru, through that we are also encouraging startups to come back to the region and start from Mangalore. The whole intention of this is trying to see if we can rekindle the whole spirit of entrepreneurship, thinking big from our region, and probably lay the groundwork for future unicorns to come from our region.
Correct.
So that is, I spend some additional time apart from running my companies on this.
Okay. Anek how padele work म्हण आशिल्लें. I don't know why you missed that. So
yes,
would love to hear from you on that.
Yeah. So work म्हळ्यार initially when I got into this around 2.5 years ago, I, went to Bangalore. We used to call companies to come to Bangalore and set up and all. The Nekaka Sang Chashil Malari, Bangalore antu like world class infrastructure na mon. So ek 4-5 mahine shidale. Then, I thought, okay, make like 25,000 square feet, ek building getila shile. I converted that into a world class workspace. Just to see if you build world class stuff, will companies come on? And I thought it was an experiment. If it works, great. If it doesn't work, I'll quietly shut it down on. Luckily for me, a Danish company came and took it up, and it got sold out very quickly. Within 2 months, the whole space was taken up. Then, I thought, okay, this can be a good business. So the businessman the entrepreneur in me thought, okay, this can be a big business. We can build a world-class co-working brand from small town India for all the other emerging hubs. So we are starting from Mangalore, but we want to go to every emerging hub and become a co-working brand for emerging hubs. Okay. So Mangalore is our starting point, but we are just getting started.
At kitle seats asachi ani kanchi type companies
at 2,000 plus seats asati.
Wow.
Right.
Okay. Excellent.
3 centers, 2,000 plus seats.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. Yes, Jyoti Sarup.
Hi, I'm an engineer, but for last 25 years, I've been selling things online. Flights, hotel, bananas for Walmart.
Oh, okay.
And now, Angel One, we sell everything related to finance, stocks, mutual funds, insurance, FDs, online, right? So, when I joined, we had about 5 lakh customers. Today, we have about 3.5 crores customers.
Wow, okay.
So, it's been a pretty big growth. One very interesting thing what Rohit mentioned, right? 50% of the volume of options and the core trading volume in India and US goes through an engineers from Mangalore. And they are mostly behind the scenes, but very smart people, and the impact is visible in the financial world. So
Correct.
it's
Absolutely.
very interesting.
Great, yeah. How last month I participated in one survey and then realized it was run by Rohit's team. Ghar Wapsi, Mangalore kitl jan wapas yetachi mon. What was the score, Rohit, out of that?
So, see, one of the challenges we faced, Shanbag, is in the last 2.5 years, we were able to attract more than 40 companies to come back and set up their operations in Mangalore, adding up to 8,000 plus new jobs in IT in the region. Okay.
Yeah.
But thank you for a problem because they are not getting enough lateral talent. Okay, because they were saying it's difficult to find. And because we are doing all these initiatives, Jan Puram reach out to the Tashil, LinkedIn, and I want to come back. I am hearing Mangalore is booming and all those things. And we were trying to figure out, okay, how do we solve the problem for people who want to return and companies who want to hire, which is when we conducted a survey saying that if companies are looking at hiring lateral talent, what would be the interest to come back? Okay. So we ran the survey for about a month, more than 2,000 plus, relevant respondent. There were more respondents, but relevant. I'm a light engineer institute, and only lateral we checked. Out of 2,000 plus who responded, 95% said if the right opportunity exists, they will make the switch and come back to our region. Okay. So which is a huge score. Excellent. But they said right opportunity means right kind of job and the right kind of salary. If it is there, they are willing to come back more. So okay. I think that was very, very encouraging. So we launched an online platform called siliconbeachprogram.com/homecoming. So anybody wants to come back, you can register your interest there. You can also say you want to come back after 3 months or immediately or after 6 months, 1 year, and one of the local companies which is looking to hire, and in future probably companies looking to come back to Mangalore will find this database useful, and this service is completely free.
Excellent. Thank you, Rohit. Sorry, it was just diversion, but very relevant because it is run by Amgal Samajache, एक प्रमुख लीडर आहे ना अशावनो I asked that question to you. Thank you for the wonderful answer. So, there are about 16 to 20 industry verticals that we can classify, but for the session today, so we chose 4 prominent verticals and extraordinary leaders who have built those businesses highly successful in their professional and personal career. So Ajit Pai represents logistics and supply chain management. Sudhir Pai represents healthcare, life sciences. Rohit represents gaming, entertainment and media. And Jyoti Swarup represents finance, investments, etc. So let's start with first round, which is themed as big future. High level ari, what is the, or how is AI shaping your industry at the highest level? What is your worldview about your industry in the perspective of AI? So I will start with Jyoti Swarup. Yeah.
Sure. I think let's take something which is trending now, wealth tech, right? So after the SEBI action on options, wealth tech is the new darling. So wealth tech is me telling someone how they can manage their money better, right? So there are 3 aspects to it. Me understanding the domain. So how I read company balance sheets to understand how companies are doing, right? News, understanding news and making sectoral impact analysis, right? Combine that with technical indicators, like what is the price action right now, right? So is it a good time to enter? Should I wait? Even if you look at mutual funds and last 10 odd years, no 2 mutual funds are at the top for last 10 years. So it's almost like a very active knowledge that someone has to have to advise somebody. And the third is ethics, fiduciary, and other related parts, right? Where if I am advising someone, am I optimizing for the customer or am I optimizing from my brokerage? Right? I mean, it's not social service, so there is a business involved. It's just how much of it is you're optimizing. I think this, with some of the LLMs and wealth advisories that we have moved to AI, we have seen significant traction on all, right? So let's start with each. LLMs are able to crunch quarterly results, news, and price actions much faster, better than humans, right? In terms of in terms of trustworthiness, we can characterize LLMs much better than human beings, right? Because people don't always come with the same level of trust, right? They behave differently in different scenarios. But if you have, let's say, we are able to characterize GPT like ChatGPT 3.5, 4, X, with a very clear number. How much would you optimize for the firm? How much would you optimize for the customer? And this is public. So customer also transparently knows. So that is exciting. The part which is difficult right now to, which we are solving is, what does that return mean to a customer? For example, if I say 5x in 10 years, for a 25-year-old person, it is very good. But for someone who is 60-year-old, it may not make sense, right? So what is the current value of expected returns? That's a judgment call where humans are very good at. And so just to answer your question, combining human intuition and number crunching from machines, I think is changing the game.
Okay, great. Yeah. So Rohit, how do you see AI shaping the future of India's online gaming industry? At the last 3-4 weeks antu mast buzz jata asa. We saw a lot of companies, especially online gaming companies, are going little haywire. So especially with new regulations and taxation policies, so what is the future of India's online gaming industry?
I think in online gaming and this regulation that you're talking about, it is mostly to do with a online gambling kind of a operation which was running in the guise of gaming.
Oh.
Okay. So which in the industry there was multiple opinion, which is gaming, which is gambling. at one stage, our Prime Minister himself made an announcement where he clarified saying that what we banned was only gambling and not gaming mode, because he is a big fan of gaming. And that clarity was very, very helpful. Kasadatta Shilmalari, see, most of these online gaming, they were trying to hide behind the veneer of gaming wants sangun gambling korche, and they used to run ads during IPL, give exposure to a lot of children, okay, who would do the skill based games amount sakad korno. I'm sure the government was getting a lot of feedback from various state government, and there was an unanimous decision to ban all the games which were all gambling but masquerading as online gaming. I think the clarity has been extremely helpful for companies like us which are focused on gaming.
Skill-based gaming.
Skill-based gaming. Simple. At the online, the gambling, there the company that is creating those games, they are saying, game khelo paise jeeto more. So they are telling, play the game to win money. Okay. Whereas, the other type of gaming, which is actual video games and all, because video game you'll get entertainment more. So it is for entertainment. There's no promise of winning money back. Okay. So the gaming segment which was promising make quick money by playing Ludo and all those things got banned. Okay. This has been going on for 3-4 years, and I think at one stage government just said, this is not going to happen. We think this is a good thing, because last 4-5 years all investor interest has been going beyond the online gambling kind of a space, because extremely profitable, high margins, no oversight, regulatory oversight. You can use bots, you can do anything, you can be the house always wins, and it's just an algorithm. You can manipulate the player behavior and all those things. I think I am personally very glad that that chapter is over. So next opportunity, India is one of the largest game playing nation in the world. After China. China is the largest, but because our population is now increasing, we'll overtake them in terms of number of people who are playing. But the amount of revenue is very minuscule compared to China. Okay. So that is because what we play is all culturally irrelevant content. Okay. So US and produce those game of mango based on culture, Call of Duty, the asal takada. So I feel now moving forward, there is a lot of scope for localized content. Okay, culturally relevant. That Kantara maniki. It resonated with audience. That's why that film became such a huge hit. Okay. Recently animation movie Narasimha. Okay, it was a sleeper hit. Nobody expected. Dake barcode investment.
Tantu mast AI implement kela.
It is AI supported. It is not fully AI. It is AI supported, but it is a signal to even gaming companies that don't just build games for the global market. Start focusing on Indian audience as well, because the market is huge, and there will be some massive opportunities unlocking in that favor.
Okay, great. So Sudhir, what role can AI play in affordable diagnostics and treatment for India's vast population?
So AI can play, I think I'm audible? I think yeah. I would rather say AI is playing a very significant role in healthcare. Can't hear us? Can you hear me now? Yeah. So AI is already playing a very significant role in healthcare. One thing is that it improves the reach, it improves accuracy, it improves efficiency in healthcare. So there are 3 aspects to healthcare. One is diagnostic part, treatment part, and the monitoring part. So when it comes to diagnostics, there is doctor consultation, there are lab tests, there are scans. In the scanning or in the imaging technology, what has happened is AI has made such significant, very high precision inroads. Because of that, there is an accuracy level of 90 to 99% just by using AI in all this imaging. When I say imaging, it's all X-rays, MRIs,
or mammographs, and so many of these scans which are driven by machines. When it becomes AI powered, then automatically the increase of accuracy is so high, the efficiency is so high. When it comes to treatment, we have, I'm sure you would have heard of robotic surgeries that are doing precision surgeries now. So with AI power, the accuracy of these robotic surgeries have gone up by almost 40%. So what happens in robotic surgeries is if you're not using a robot, there is a risk of harming the tissues around the diseased area, for example, or there may be chances of inaccuracies, or there may be collateral damage. I'm sure when we were young, we used to hear somebody is undergoing a brain surgery. It'll say, okay, he's undergoing a brain surgery. We don't know, he may lose a limb, he may lose eyesight, because that is called the collateral damage. That risk has come down significantly by use of robotics with AI power. That's what is happening. The third part is monitoring. So in monitoring, we have seen ICUs where alerts come out, vitals are checked. This is what is happening in the monitoring area. I mean, we can discuss all variables where it gives alerts, sleep patterns, oxygen saturation, and all that. So AI is really doing making a very significant impact in these areas. So coming to Indian context, what's happening today is, if you look at the World Health Organization data, it says, or recommendation, it says we need 150 doctors for every 1 lakh people. But in India, there are only 65 doctors for every 1 lakh. So you can just imagine how much overworked, stressed a doctor is because he's working round the clock. He is actually doing the work of 2 people to cater to that 1 lakh people. So last week, we had a very interesting case at our center. A patient was having breathlessness. This was sometime in January. So she went to a doctor, a cardiologist. He did an angiogram thinking maybe something to do with the heart. Heart was fine. He said, heart is fine, there's no problem. You go to a pulmonologist. So she went to a pulmonologist. The pulmonologist ordered for a CT. So CT was done, and the conclusion said the lungs are fine. So the doctor gave her some medications and sent her off. So after 9 months, the patient has presented at our center with breast cancer. So what has happened is, the CT is done. There is a finding in the CT, in the report, saying there is a lesion in the breast, but it did not appear in the conclusion. So what happened here was, I don't want to get into where the error happened or who didn't see, who did not see. The thought that came to my mind was, if AI was used in reporting this, that mistake would not have happened. So this is a very classic case of how AI with the 90 to 99% accuracy can be really, really helpful to us. One point you mentioned about affordable diagnostic. See, diagnostics today, if I say mammography cost is so much, AI-powered mammography, will it cost more or less? I don't think that is the way to look at it. Of course, there are so many new equipments have come which are using only AI. But I would look at it in a very broader sense. Suppose you do a robotic surgery, your accuracy is 40% more. It will avoid damaging some of the part. It will help you recover faster, is more cost effective than having to say it's cheaper to go to this doctor who doesn't use robot. I will go to him. If I lose a limb, it's fine. Isn't it? Now, that is where I want to draw the distinction between affordability and unaffordability.
Got that, Sudhir. Thank you. So, Ajit Bhai, logistics and supply chain are often called the backbone of India's economy. How do you see this backbone transforming in the era of AI and digital technologies?
Sorry, you can hear me. So, I think in at least the part of logistics that I have seen over the last 12, 13 years, we, at least at Delivery, when we looked at logistics and said, why is technology important? I think technology is the only true differentiator in logistics, because if you look at fundamentally, it is the same people, the same trucks, and the same kind of warehouses that every company uses, that is used for every kind of application. What makes a difference is, how do you exactly use each of these resources? How do you orchestrate a set of things in terms of how things move, how people interact with what moves, whether it's a parcel, whether it is a B2B load, whether it's a truck, right? And how do you bring all of it together to create a certain outcome? That outcome is ultimately that you have to receive your parcel or your freight load, whether it's coming by air, surface, you have to receive it in a timely manner, and it has to be very efficiently done. Why efficiency? And why efficiency is even more important when you look at the Indian context is that the cost of logistics in India for any product, right? We are a vast country, a lot of people. In fact, we are also a country with a lot of uneven access. So cost of logistics significantly impacts people's ability to consume a product. So depending on the sector, cost of logistics could be anywhere from 5% all the way to 25% of what you pay for, right? And hence the key part it pivots to is basically creating that efficiency, right? How do you use all of these inputs as efficiently as you can? The era of logistics where let's say before I saw it was one what I would call as today, in hindsight, I would call it as system assisted. Now, system assisted meant that there was a system, there was a person who would decide what to do with a particular transaction or a parcel, and he would enter those inputs into a system, right? The system didn't really tell him what to do. He would say, this is a parcel meant for Bombay, I am going to put it on this flight, right? So that's the information he has given. I think over the last, say, a decade and a half, we moved as an industry to what we would call a system guided, right? Where the system would say, oh, this parcel should ideally go on this flight, right? Or it should go on this truck, right? And as we move into the era of AI, and I will come back to why that makes a difference. I think we will effectively be moving to what we call a system direction, which means that the person will not have a choice. The system will say, this is what you need to do, right? And it could be counterintuitive. It could be very counterintuitive. So the guy might actually see that the parcel has an address for Bombay, but the system may say, actually now put it on a flight for, let's say, Indore, right? Because the system has figured out that at this point in time, okay, if you put it on the flight to Indore, okay, there is another flight going from Indore to Bombay, and the sum total of time and cost that you spend on that transaction, considering how much that flight is occupied or that truck is occupied, is actually better, right? That in essence is what is going to create more efficiency, right? Where does all of this come from? I think Vinay Ma'am made a very significant point about computing power, right? I think all of this comes effectively from the increase in computing power, because these transactions or these decisions have always existed. The models that can take these decisions have always existed, right? Or were not, or could have been built. But in the absence of the ability to very quickly compute and make and get that answer, you couldn't really unlock a whole set of efficiency. So as computing powers increased, as very large scale models have become feasible to operate on a real time basis, right? I think the movement in logistics towards system direction, you call it logistics, supply chain, every single small decision, right, being taken in a completely dynamic manner, right? That is what will create efficiency. Now, the second order effect of this is basically that as you reduce the cost of logistics, more people can access more goods, more companies can take all of their goods farther in a better manner by turning their inventory more, which is what brings more efficiency into the economy, right? So that's really where I think AI will come in. I have a favorite point on this, which I keep telling people in my company, that I think the safest job in logistics is the guy who loads the truck and the guy who delivers the package at the last mile. I think all other jobs are up for negotiation. Because everybody else is a decision maker. He's the guy who actually does the work. He's the guy who physically does the work, right? So I think decision making of really small transactions on a dynamic basis is what I think AI is enabling. And I think it's a wave that, that it's the next real technological wave that will bring in efficiency.
Excellent, excellent. So we only keep seeing 2 minute वेळ झालाय 5 minute वेळ झालाय 10 minute वेळ झाले म्हणून, but today I realize the amount of technology and intelligent works behind that, so it's amazing. So let's switch gears to access, inclusion and reach of AI in respective industries. So I'll start with you. So for startups and MSMEs, logistics is often a bottleneck. What can businesses learn from deliveries model, your company's model? What is that they can implement?
So I think, to be honest, our job is to, as a company, is to create a platform, and we are nowhere near where it should be, but create a platform so that nobody should think about logistics. It should just be a background service that operates very smoothly. You don't even know, right? But I think the general lesson I would say, and that is something which I think has worked for us, has worked for many clients who are larger companies and the smaller companies, I think is the usage of basic technology. Okay? To be able to track things, to be able to sort of take small decisions, etc. See, the thing with supply chain is that it silently makes you inefficient if you don't take the right decisions.
Correct.
Right? If you're a small business for whom, let us say, your profit margins are, say, in the region of about 8 to 10%, the wrong supply chain decisions, the wrong supply chain decisions could eat into that margin. Worst, the wrong decisions on inventory could really wipe you out, because you might have the wrong inventory in different places. And a whole lot of that, I think, is very, very linked to how clearly you see your data and how do you really take actions based on that data, right? Most businessmen do it intuitively, which I think is a very good thing. But I think over a period of time, if your businesses have to scale, and as the market changes, the usage of technology does become important. And I think AI is great, right? Because now suddenly it has really changed the game. The same technology that an Asian Paints can access is possibly something that a small factory, manufacturing some component can also access today. 20 years back or 15 years back, that access was not available because you had to. So cloud changed that, number one, okay, because it suddenly made computing available on a pay-per-use basis. And now you have AI coming in and saying that you have very, very sophisticated tools which literally will do everything for you. I think in a sense, the concept of a one-man company has never been as, as in the true sense, has never been as real as it is now with AI coming in. So I think it's data, it's decision-making, the usage of data for decision-making, and the adoption of the applications that come in. Right? Which I think will be the key for most entrepreneurs, MSMEs, individual businessmen.
Yes. So great. In fact, in our company also, especially after GST implementation and companies like Delivery have tremendously helped us to expand our business pan-India. Now we deliver and service in, say, 800 locations, which was not the case earlier. So we are limiting only to Karnataka and didn't want to get into other regions. So that's a great impact even we are experiencing. Thank you for that. So Sudhir, how can AI help bridge the gap between urban and rural healthcare access in India?
Yeah. So I was just talking about number of doctors against the number of people ratio in my last question. I said it is 65 doctors for every 1 lakh. But if you just go down and drill it down, urban and rural, there are only 10 doctors for every 1 lakh people in the rural area. whereas the overall Indian statistics is 65, but the requirement is 150. That means we have to increase our rural doctor setup by 15 times if we have to be at the WHO recommended level. And with about 65% of our population in rural, it's not a joke to organically grow in such a big way that we can address all the patients. So again, I would like to start with a very classic example here. 5 years ago, during the thick of COVID, we had a lady who came to our hospital. She was suffering from severe GI disturbances for about 6 months. She was losing weight, uncontrolled diarrhea, not able to eat. There was no diagnosis because every parameter, whatever we check normally, from lipids to blood sugar to all the parameters were all perfect. There was no problem. So doctors were not able to diagnose as to what exactly is wrong with her. Well, but she was deteriorating every day, and it was putting a lot of stress on her mentally and on the family as well. They just didn't know what to do with it. When they landed at our hospital, our gastroenterologist saw her and he ordered 1 or 2 tests, additional tests which was not done. And he had the diagnosis on hand in no time and immediately gave her a tablet. 3 days later, she was fine, back to normal. So this was a rare disease which occurs in 100 people in 10 lakh population. So there was no way a doctor sitting in one remote corner would have any idea that this can be the problem, because everything else is looking normal. When you come back to an AI world today, what we have is data available to the remotest corners of the country. So what happens if we just go into AI and ask what may be the problem? It would throw up and say, it is a rare disease, please look into these tests, do it, and she'll be fine. This would have been the diagnosis. Today, there's a lot of work going on in rare disease related aspects using AI. So AI would have 100%, if that had happened today, it would have just picked up and said, this is the problem and this is a solution for it. Likewise, if you look at telemedicine, there are all the imaging that happens. As I said, there's so much of data that is accurate data that comes out of AI system. A doctor sitting in an urban area can actually receive the data, look at it and say, yeah, there's a diagnosis, and start treatment for a patient who's admitted somewhere in some small hospital or being at home. The patient need not come all the way here for any check or anything like that. It can be monitored. The AI can even monitor in such a way that it can give you signals saying this medicine is not working, there are some problems, so doctor can take course corrections immediately at the, without having to really going and seeing the patient physically. He can actually talk to some people there, find out, ask those questions and start treatment, because AI is already giving him such accurate diagnosis and predictions. So that, I think, can really bridge the gap between urban and rural healthcare population.
Excellent. Yeah. So Rohit, with India being one of the largest mobile gaming markets, how can AI help in engagement, personalization, and more so on safety?
Yeah, I think, in gaming, the content, there are, in gaming, concept design, before you build a game, you'd say, let us make a high level concept and, see if that can be, that will work with the audience, and, only then you do actual production. It's like concept, rough sketch, actual production is more detailed. So, they used to employ a lot of people called concept artists, and then do a test, and only if whatever works you go into production. Okay, at a lot of these things are collapsing. Okay, so in gaming industry specifically, we are seeing a lot of role collapsing happens, even at a programming level, at a product level. Earlier, game engineer, product lead, product manager. So now it is like, it is just a product engineer. Okay, because the roles are collapsing. Okay, in the creativity also of creating all the storyline or all the artwork, a lot of efficiency is coming through because of AI, which is helping companies build more with less. Okay. Unfortunate thing is, it is resulting in some redundancies. But on the other side, an existing team can do more now. Okay. Specifically for in India, because a lot of this technology earlier was, or the talent required for doing all this was not here. It used to be in the Western world, and we used to rely on that. But because of AI now, that also gap is now being bridged. So somebody who's sitting here, suddenly has a unfair advantage over even teams that are, sitting outside. Lastly, in terms of safety, I think the pattern and the playing pattern. So, for example, AI can quickly determine this addiction behavior. Okay, those patterns can easily be identified because it can learn stuff and warn or sometime just shut down the game for those kind of players. So I think from that perspective also there is a lot of progress being made because AI pattern melt koodle. So it's able to do this all things is on fly. It need not really wait for inputs, but based on pattern recognition, it can determine this and clamp down on those kind of usage. So I think in a safety also, safe malari, overplaying is also a safety issue in gaming. So so the games can identify that and say, okay, at some time let us now close this and probably warn the user score now maybe take a break, go out. So these these we are seeing this role collapsing, safety thing, these are all improving dramatically. So in our company we have seen this a huge difference. I think Pranapa in his talk also said one company was able to take its turnover from 150 crore to 900 crore. You can do probably the same kind of work with probably now 40% of the people. It is in content companies, that's going to be both an advantage as well as a disadvantage.
Correct.
Disadvantage job loss, advantage company can do a far more with lesser resources.
Got it. Yeah. Thank you, Rohit. So I know Jyoti Sarup comes from a very heavy technology background, but few questions are business related. So what role can AI play in improving financial inclusion for the unbanked or underbanked? See, what I understood, there are about 40 crores people do not have banking facilities also, in spite of Jan Dhan and XYZ things. So how do you see that AI can play the role of including them in this wealth management game?
So I'll take a specific example. I'm working with someone. This is home loans for vada pav type people, vada pav seller type people in Mumbai. Okay. So they don't have Form 16 obviously, right? So they go to some bank. The bank takes for 2 weeks to 3 months to get back because a lot of unstructured data has to be processed. Interest rates for them vary from not like 7% for us. It varies from 10 to 18%, whatever the risk appetite that the bank people have to do. And what happens is these people go to 5-6 places and they are so desperate they pick the first thing that comes. So it is a lot of wastage. For example, a lot of the banks have to deploy few people. They'll go to that vada pav seller's place, take photos of him selling to figure out basically how much he sells, inventory levels and all other assets, trying to see what is the credit worthiness of that individual or the business, right? So we are trying to, the person I'm working with, we are trying to disrupt that by getting a loan the same day, right? In principle loan. And this AI is helping us because basic things like someone can take a photo of his shop or take a video of his shop at 5 times. We can make an estimate of how much traffic is coming onto that vada pav guy, right? We know in Andheri area, we can make anomaly detection and say this is a normal high footfalls or low footfalls, accordingly adjust thing, right? and we can constantly keep in communication with the person. Because now that person, if he has to ask something, he cannot leave his stall and go, right? So he has to wait till for some specific time. He's on a lot of stress. What is happening to my loan? Now with chatting with someone, whether it's a human or an agent, is immaterial, right? He knows where exactly the home loan is, and most loans you will get in principle approval or not approval on the same day by following a very specific flow. So I think things like this will unlock lot of value for people who don't have structured income or banking access.
So we'll move on to use cases and immediate impact. You would have seen that in your career at least last 2-3 years. So I'll start with Rohit in this round. Can AI help Indian game developers create local, culturally relevant content that appeals to regional audiences?
I think this is a big, this is a big opportunity that is available to Indian game developers now. I think the biggest is this whole thing of concept creation. Earlier used to be a huge task. Okay, so at using these tools, you are able to somebody who is ideating himself can get what he wants, what kind of look in a character, what kind of emotion in a character, what kind of physical attributes in a character that he wants, very, very rapidly. Earlier, the person who is conceptualizing and the person who is writing the script has to tell to somebody who is drawing it. Okay, and there's a loss in translation. But now these people themselves can sit and do it. AI can help them with alternate endings. Okay, these kind of alternate endings. These suggestions can come to the people who are creating the games. In the Western context, what used to happen earlier was there used to be huge database of different props and all those things. How a game should look like, in what situation, at the werewolf, Malashi. So, all the Western cultural template. But, the Indian ones did not really have those, kind of concept. I'm just taking an example of Narsimha Avatar. But now, you are able to generate the likeness much more quickly, and then you can build on top of it, and once you start doing this, it will be useful for even studios to start building their own private data, and then future game production, future variations can all become so much more easier, because once you train it, once you are able to figure out what kind of traits you want, this will drastically help Indian game developers.
So, Jyoti Saru, what areas do you use AI in your Angel One app? Not in detail, in bullet points.
Sure. So one is in the app, one is outside the app in building the app. In the app, we use AI for things like what Pranav talked about, n is equal to 1 personalization, right? What is that we show you which maximizes your interest or the probability of you buying what we show you? Because interest is limited, time is limited of the customer, right? So that's a very difficult problem and was difficult to implement before we had some of the more refined models that we have today, right? So personalization is key. Because we are a super app, we sell 10 different things. And customer opens the app once in a day. So we need to maximize the probability there, right? Besides that, in KYC, for example, enabling faster KYC, we had earlier a lot of ops people who used to compare documents, PAN card, Aadhaar card. That all is automated straight through processing. We talked about wealth advisors, right? We do A/B tests of AI wealth advisors with. We have some private bankers and how they perform against each other. Outside, same thing what Rohit said, right? I mean, we are able to create marketing collaterals like a video within 3 hours. Earlier it used to take 2 weeks from creating a script to getting the video. Now Abhishek Sharma hit first ball 6. I can get a video in 3 hours and upload it in my Instagram handle or wherever. So that has changed the way marketing stuff like that we do.
Do you measure in your company what is the financial impact or revenue growth, profitability by adopting AI?
Every hour.
No, but like you have a measurement for that?
Yeah,
and
so as I said, we do a bit, there is a cost and a revenue for
Correct.
everything that we do.
Yeah, yeah.
Right? So everything that we do, either we increase the numerator or decrease the denominator.
Okay.
So either we decrease the cost.
So if I say 20% of your profitability has gone up because of AI, do you measure like that?
Yes, so we have within engineering coding, right? Assisted
Uh-huh.
coding.
Okay.
For example, I would say in where you want to develop something new, new features and all, productivity has grown up 50x.
Okay.
If you're dealing with complicated system like a back office, ledger processing and all, where a lot of tribal knowledge is involved, their productivity is limited because those engineers have some knowledge which is not structured and it's difficult for some new engineer to come.
Okay.
Building a mobile app is trivial today. You can build it very, very quickly using assisted tools.
Great, yeah. So this is to Ajit, and this question is suggested by AI only. So AI and data analytics are being touted as game changers. Where do you see the most immediate applications like route optimization, demand forecasting, or warehouse automation?
So I think the interesting part about at least logistics and supply chain is that the number of places where AI can be used or it can make things better, right, are just across the entire spectrum. And they could range from something as small as, you spoke about route optimization, right? Now, route optimization can mean something as small as, a delivery rider being able to deliver instead of 52 parcels because he knows what's happening to traffic on the way. The app is telling him, to take a certain route. It's in real time changing things for him or warning him not to go in a certain way. It is allowing him to decipher information that's hard to decipher. Even today, for example, a lot of addresses in India are not very clear. We are a very unmapped country, other than a few parts. I think the last people who did any kind of planning in India in our cities were the British, right? After that, we've never planned our cities properly. But the problem it poses is that a lot of addresses are written as, next to this temple, behind the blue wall, okay, and the house next to the shop, right? Now, for a new guy who's going and delivering, it's very hard to decipher that. But the system has a record of the coordinate, it has a record of all of such parcels delivered in these kind of places, which means it can direct the delivery boy better. So what you call as route optimization may be something as simple as that to something as complex as deciding how a shipment, what's the right way for a shipment today to move from Bangalore to Imphal, right? So each of these will have areas that are solved, which probably don't need any incremental solution, but there are parts of these which AI can simply solve much faster, much better, and create that efficiency. There are also a lot of other parts of it which are probably not as visible, right? Like, for example, my estimate is that in India, roughly about somewhere around 0.5% of the goods that actually move, right, get damaged, right? And they get damaged because they're not handled properly. It's very hard to figure out how do you handle what kind of box, right? Is the box, depending on the box thickness, what material is inside it, etc. Now, one of the reasons why this has been the case is that for most logistics companies, figuring out why a damage happened has always been a reactive process, right? Because you go back to the cameras, you see how was this truck loaded, what really happened, right? Now, suddenly these images can be crunched by AI in real time, and as a loading is happening, somebody can just sound a warning bell saying, please stop loading this truck. And this is something that we have started implementing, by the way. I'm not talking about something which is a concept. You can actually start sounding a warning saying, look, it doesn't look like these boxes are being stacked correctly. It looks like the lighter boxes are going below while the lighter boxes should go on top. it also starts saying that, look, the boxes with this particular symbol written on it, we've seen more instance of damage, so it gives out a warning, right? So I think you will have a lot of such cases which can bring in small efficiencies. When added up together, I think they will amount to a significant change over a period of time.
So one of the challenges I heard is RTO, right? Return to origin.
Yes.
So do you use AI also in that?
Absolutely. So for example, when the delivery boy basically decides or says that the customer doesn't want the parcel, our systems are able to actually compute if that is likely the right answer, because you know the history of the customer, you know where he stays, you know where his house is, you know what his past transactions have been. So you sort of figure out, let's say the delivery boy comes and says, I am not able to reach this address, right? The systems are actually able to say through the computation saying, is that likely to be the right answer? Okay, should I change that? Because the cost of an unfulfilled transaction in logistics is extremely high for the logistics company and more importantly for our client, right? Because you're not booking the revenue, the parcel's going and coming back, the cost is there, right? Correct. So all of those will see application. So I think it is an industry where it will be many small things where AI will get applied.
So Sudhir, can AI help India move from curative model to preventive model? So, and classic of you start with some examples, if you can.
Absolutely. I'm a very, very big advocate of prevention. We are doing a lot of work in the preventive area. So, yes, I don't know how many people have heard of this disease called sickle cell anemia. It's a disease, it's a congenital disorder. That means you get it by birth. And it is normally affects people in the tribal areas, mainly Orissa, Madhya Pradesh, and so on. It can affect others also. But what happens is, if a baby is diagnosed of sickle cell anemia, there is no cure for that. The symptoms of that is the blood structure is very different from the normal blood structures. This will lead to a lot of body pain. All your life you are having some body pain, and it's a very difficult condition to manage oneself. So what AI can do and what AI is doing, Government of India is doing a lot of work in this area. Already about 7 crore people have been screened for sickle cell anemia. So if any of the parents are either sickle cell anemic or they are carriers, they may not have the disease but they are carriers, it's very likely that the babies will also get sickle cell disease or sickle cell anemia. So it can be prevented. So now that, of the 7 crore people, 2,15,000 have been diagnosed to have this disease, and 16 lakh people are carriers of this. That means the children are very likely to get it. That data has come out of screening using AI systems today. So now there is a way to prevent it. There is IVFs you can do using good embryos. The AI can tell you of the embryos that are picked up, AI can tell you which embryo does not have this sickle cell anemia. So that can be injected back into the in the body, and then you'll be free of this disease. So government has taken a vow, a promise that by 2047 sickle cell anemia will be eradicated from India. This cannot be possible without AI. That kind of a step to take.
Excellent.
So this is a very classic example of how AI is helping, because it can pick up those blood structures in a jiffy. For somebody to humanly look at it and say, probably this structure is not okay, is very difficult when it compared to an AI system. Similarly, lot of this is called prenatal screening, where at the fetus level itself, even the child is born, before the child is born, a lot of tests can be done to find out diseases that can be prevented, or a lot of things can be done if you find out such diseases which are not curable. Newborn screening can be done. It can identify about 130, 140 diseases today, which can occur after 10, 15 years. AI is capable of picking up such diseases as soon as the child is born. So you take corrective steps today so that the baby doesn't get into that kind of a problem. Adult screening, we all have heard about breast cancer screening or lung cancer screening, to eye problems like diabetic retinopathy, All this can be done very cost effectively. There are so many instruments, so many equipments available. The cost of it is nothing. If you're doing mass screening across communities, it costs nothing to do this kind of screening. It will really help predict diseases and take corrective action well ahead of time. So that's a very big plus today. Tuberculosis, for example, can be predicted, can be detected using AI systems.
Excellent, Sudhir. So I can go on and on and on, but I'm skipping a couple of rounds, and the last round, and I request all of us to be shorter because we just have 5 minutes. So the theme here is the future vision and advice to the audience. So I'll start with Ajit Bhai. What will the Indian logistic industry look like in 2030? What are the top 3 trends you bet on?
No, I hope there is no change in trend. I hope Indian logistics is more efficient than it is today. I think that's really what India as an economy needs. So I would argue that we should not have a different trend. We should get even more efficient, because that is what will power our economy to much greater heights. So the relentless focus for use of technology in bringing more and more efficiency, better access is, I think, what the country needs. And I think that's where the logistics industry should be focusing on.
Okay. Thank you, Ajit. Sudhir, can you provide a few insights on Indian companies adopting AI and healthcare, or successful AI-based healthcare solutions from India to the world?
Absolutely. There are so many of these large healthcare companies which are already using AI or investing a lot of money in AI. It's not in few crores, it's hundreds of crores they're investing. Like Apollo is the pioneer in AI today, in AI, using AI technology. More than 7,000 doctors of Apollo are using AI-based technologies for diagnosis or treatment and stuff.
Okay.
AIMS is using AI-powered system, investing a lot of money. Max Healthcare, Fortis, these are large corporates which are already having loads of patient data with them, and they're training them. But there are other companies, like for example, there's a company called Niramai. They do digital screening for breast cancer. Or there is a company called Cure AI, which does TB detection using it. There is one Sigtuple, which does digital pathology. I can just list out so many companies are there doing wonderful work in this area.
And you see great future for the
There's
startups and
huge,
entrepreneurs.
See, only problem that we are facing today is most of the data that is being used to train these AI systems are coming from outside. It's not from Indian population. Only less than 5% data of Indian population is being used for training this data. Now with Ayushman Bharat digital mission, now we have 273 million records which are available for training data. So like that, if we increase the data available for training data sets, that's a very big plus for us.
Excellent, yeah. So Jyoti Sarup, what are the biggest regulatory and compliance challenges that you see for AI in our markets?
So I think first is privacy. Especially, our neighbor in the north has released a model which is cheap, and people are putting all sorts of things there. So that is something of grave concern to a lot of people. So data privacy is really key, because with this you really get to know, you can lose a lot of your data very quickly, and you can get manipulated very, very quickly. The second is, I think, the liability aspects of things. Like if somebody makes a decision on behalf of you, who is liable for that decision? Is it the company? Is it the algo provider? Is it the place where the algo was running or where the AI was running? So there are some complex things where regulatory innovation is happening.
Great. So being the last question to Rohit, my AI said give a chance to him to think of a question and answer. So I will not ask the question. You have the choice.
Yeah, I think one of the things that fascinates me or worries me is copyright, right? This industry has always been in a very copyright intensive, and suddenly you have AI coming in and giving you a lot of options, and I don't know where that is going to really lead for multiple companies, So for example, you can, there are tools now where you can feed a game and the tool will help you come out with everything that you need to create a variant of it within no time, right? So it is like, replicating something that is successful and making a lot of money and you want to create a variation of it is now, so damn easy. So it is worrisome for companies which have a hit product on their hand, and it is a huge opportunity for companies which are looking at fast following them. And the copyright thing behind this is, what is right, what is wrong. I think that is what keeps me awake in this field. Tomorrow, if I have a hit product, what would happen to that? Will somebody come and do that? So
got it.
I think if there's one thing, copyright.
Yeah, thank you. Give a big round of applause to all the distinguished speakers. What touched me since afternoon, one thing, what Pranav said, that he also belongs to Saraswath community and I want to contribute. So today, if you see these 4 distinguished speakers and all the speakers and all of you, all volunteers, all organizers, so we all have come as one, to give back to our community and enlighten, inspire, touch and move them, to get into the next orbit, create a wonderful future for each one of us. So, and as we said in the beginning, this is just the beginning of such series of tech summits, that we are going to start, we started, and you will definitely see more and more coming. And today I got a couple of requests from different industries to include them in next series, so that, they also can share 30, 40 years of experience. And I also have a very prominent authority in cybersecurity, Ashok Prabhu here. And we also want to connect the dots through how we can secure, the future of AI in adoption. So we will bring those aspects in our future series. So with that, thank you very much, and look forward to see you again very soon. Thank you.
We can have one question per speaker is what, okay, wait. Okay. Okay. Yes, yes. So it's okay. Shanbag Ma'am has mentioned that there will be a networking dinner, and there everyone can, approach the speakers and, Shanbag Ma'am, yeah. Aarti Surjata.
आता मगेल गिरीश पंडित म्हणून मगेल नाव आता आमगेले अंतून पूर्ती घटानुघटिಗಳು आणि ಮತ್ತೆ CEO असतो फाउंडर्स असतो ಮತ್ತೆ कंपनी MD नी असतो आणि हंगेल कंपनी रिक्वायरमेंट आयलतेत ना अटलिस्ट आमगेल समाज ऑफिस एक इन्फॉर्मेशन दिला त्यांनी इन्फ्लुएन्स कर म्हण सांगा ना अटलिस्ट आमगेल समाजाक एक इन्फ्लुएन्स म्हणल्यार ते ऑफिसाक इन्फॉर्म केला हांगा काशीमठ आसा द्वारकनाथ बन आसा थंय एक इन्फॉर्मेशन दिल्यार आमगेल चर्चेक ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ हेल्प जाता म्हणून मत जन काम नाशे आसत अटलिस्ट तांकां तुम्ही ती इन्फ्लुएन्स करून घेऊ नका ती एलिजिबल हांकाच घ्या अटलिस्ट ते आयल तेन्ना खंय जाता ते पळोवंक येता आनी एप्लिकेशन घालतात ते तांकां हेल्प जाता म्हणून घेता रिक्वेस्ट
मेगेल मन आशिल्ले तुम्ही सांगले
आनी एक सुधीर पै म्हाका ते आतां हे इंट्रोड्यूस केल्यार तुमी मेडिकल हांतून तेन्ना सेल्फ मेडिकेशन करपाचे चान्स आसा नव्या जनांनी आनी चार्जस उणे जाता म्हण म्हगेलो अभिप्राय जाल्यार सेल्फ मेडिकेशन सुमार जन वतात कसाक म्हळ्यार डायग्नोस करता तो तातूंत घाल तेन्ना ताणी कशी डॉक्टरान दिवचे अशीच हें पळोवन दिवचें म्हणून ताणीच मेडिसीन करचे चान्स ना हें म्हणून
So it's a very important point. There is something called misplaced trust. People should not think that AI can replace doctors. It can, at least we don't see that in the foreseeable future. So there are lots and lots of cases where people have gone into AI to treat themselves and got into serious problem. So that is something which is not at all recommended. Don't have this misplaced trust on AI.
Thank you for such a thank you for such a resourceful and insightful talk. And I want to thank R.S. Shanbag ma'am for mining out all that information in such a beautiful manner. To express our gratitude, I request Shri Vinay Shane ma'am to kindly step onto the dais and present a memento and rose to Shri R.S. Shanbag ma'am.
I request Mr. Sudhir Kurwaji to felicitate Mr. Ajit Pai.
I request our Gigi Shane ma'am to kindly step onto the dais and present a memento and rose to Shri Sudhir Pai ma'am.
I request Mr. Prashant Prabhu to felicitate Mr. Rohit Bhatt.
I request Shri Aniruddha Valavalkar to kindly step onto the dais and present a memento and rose to Shri Jyotiswarup Pai Raiturkar ma'am.
So I want to acknowledge Gurudat Prabhu for a lot of guidance and helping me to get the distinguished speakers. So thank you, Guru. Yeah, please come on stage. Yeah.
I request R.S. Shanbag ma'am to.
Dogs and pillars saka, Gigi Shane, and R.S. Shanbag. Big round of applause. Ita mlari. भारी लायक काम करता चे आमगेले सोसायटी का कशी दिव का यंगस्टर्स का एक एंटरप्रेनर्स का कशी डेवलप कर कमला तंगेले एक हम्बल हक्का भारी मिगल भारी दोस्त पूरा जन हंगा इले पूरा जन बेस्ट विशेस आमगेल समाज नम तावल कौन की संगले नंबर 2 मनामी नंबर 1 खंडित जत मणी असल सबमिट तत्वल जलारी नंबर 1 जो चा कसले संशय नाम सांगता ची हाँ मस्त थैंकफुल आरएस.
Thank you. As we bring this meaningful gathering to a close, on behalf of the organizing committee, it is only fitting that we pause to offer our sincere gratitude. To deliver the vote of thanks, I now invite a respected leader and guiding presence of our community, the President of Goud Saraswat Sevak Samaj, Mr. Gigi Shane.
So every beginning has to come to an end. It is my duty to now say thank you to all the people. So I stand before you for the same. First of all, I am very happy that our speakers, Ullas Kamath Ma'am, Pranav Pai, Sudhir Kudwa, Vinay Shanai, Ajit Pai, Sudhir Pai, Rohit Bhatt and Jyoti Sarup Pai. Our big thanks to you, sir, for giving a tremendous insight on this AI, and we are very grateful to you for giving such thought-provoking speech for this session. Our Samaj and Saraswath Chamber and the entire delegates who came here, we are very grateful to you, sir. So next, see, I am very thrilled to see the very young crowd here. We have used the AI and we got a total information. So the now crowd is about 67% of the crowd is less than 50 years. In our Samaj, we had a tremendous problem why these youngsters are not coming to the Samaj program. So we had to ask now, every time anything you ask the children, ask Google auntie, you ask, she will tell anything. So we asked ourselves and Shanvok mom, we asked the Google auntie, how to attract the young crowd. Then Google auntie said AI. So again AI said, then we thought AI is the only solution to attract the young crowd, and I'm very happy that the young crowd has gathered here. And I'm very happy to inform you that more than 450 registrations were made, but we had to restrict it to only 350 because of the availability of the space in this premises. We had to deny. That is why we had Youth of GSB online live streaming of the program so that they can sit and this one. So I am really grateful to the entire young audience here. So my biggest thanks to you all, sir, for having made this day, and really happy that this has been a very successful event of our Samaj and Saraswath Chamber, and I am very happy now AI has taught us how to attract the young crowd. Now it is my duty to thank the sponsors, this one, and give a small memento to them. I request anybody from UK and company to come forward to and receive the memento. Yeah, next. From Samiti Capital, Mr. Shana is there. I request him to come to the dais and receive the memento. Anybody from Technomet Group, please come to the dais and receive the memento, please. Shanvok ma'am, you please hand over the memento. I request somebody from Youth of GSB to come forward, and Mr. Nikhil, come forward to the stage and receive the memento. So, one minute, Anika sir. From Abaran Jewelers, Mangalore, I just request Madam to come to the stage and receive the memento, please. So I really thank the sponsors for making this event and supporting us to have this event in a grand manner. So now I also thank, it is my duty to thank Bengaluru Kashimath Vyavasthapak Samiti, who have given these premises to us entirely free. So my thanks to the President Sri Dayanand Paimam and the entire BKVS committee for giving us these premises and making this grand function. So one more very important thing, I should thank the young team of Sevak Samaj, the youngsters, who have really made this program very well. If you think that the program has been well managed, it is because of the young team of Sevak Samaj, the youngsters. Give a big applause to them. Yeah. Then one more thing, very important agenda of any function is the tea and dinner. I hope you enjoyed tea and you will have a very good dinner to come. So the caterer is Mrs. Kamakshi Caterers, Mr. Chaitanya Kini. Please give a big hand to them for this one. So Karavali Studio, who has been helping us in giving the photographs and videos of this, and I thank Karavali Studio for the support. I also thank our event manager, Mr. Prashant Nayak, who had the events done, all these things done in a very fantastic manner to give a good presentation, and I hope you liked it, this one. So the last in the agenda is the national anthem is there. I request everybody to stand up. And one moment, yeah. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Shane Ma'am. I thank the entire team behind the success of this event. Gigi Shane Ma'am, he did not thank himself, obviously. So round of applause for Gigi Shane Ma'am. Our R.S. Shanbag Ma'am. And Prashant Prabhu, Pratibha Prabhu, and the entire youth wing volunteers of the Goud Saraswat Sevak Samaj, Malleswaram, Bangalore. We thank all the event sponsors and chamber sponsors for their support for this event. Dear delegates, Saraswat Chamber is a networking platform for Saraswat entrepreneurs and professionals. I invite each and every one of you to come forward and become a member of the chamber. All of you will be added to a tech group, WhatsApp group, and you will get all the information on membership. I thank everyone for your participation in today's summit. After the national anthem, we will proceed to the networking dinner at the basement, wherein I request the right-hand side delegates to proceed first, followed by the delegates on the left-hand side to avoid rush. So please let us use our natural intelligence in this. And I request all the volunteers to gather near the dais for the photo op, which will happen after the national anthem. And after the photo, once the volunteers go down, then the dinner will commence. And now I request you all to kindly raise for the national anthem.
जनगणमन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तब शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तब जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे